Go down on the far right.
Hello, all. I think we're ready to get the show on the road. Welcome to the Design 2 review. I'm just trying to too many things at once here. I'm going to stop screen sharing here. All right. Welcome, everyone. I hope you were able to get some rest and are well prepared for today. We look forward to seeing your work. We did brief the reviewers with an email on Friday, but we just kind of refreshed them a little bit this morning. So just assume that they are familiar with the premise of the project. We don't want to spend too much time here in the main meeting. You all know which breakout room or meeting you're supposed to be in for your review, and for the ones of you that are not reviewing in the first session, please feel free to move around. We ask you to stick to your 10 minutes, right? And we'll have timekeepers in each meeting. And the timekeepers, you know, you might have to remind the reviewers that time's up. Be courteous, but you can also be forceful if you have to. You can give them a little bit of slack, but we're trying to, you know, make sure we're not cutting in anyone else's time. I think we quickly want to go ahead and introduce the reviewers for today. So in the main session 1A, we have Alex Jeschke, who is an assistant professor here, who actually, I think all of you will have in construction 1 in the fall semester. Also teaches in our sustainability program. Alex will be joined by Adam Miller, who is our outgoing scholar for, okay, Adam, can you remind me of your title?
Race and Gender in the Built Environment.
Thank you, Adam. And he's been a valuable addition to the faculty for the last 2 years. And we look forward to kind of see what he does next, and we'll be excited to follow his career. Then in session 1B, in breakout room 1B, we'll have Charlton Lewis, who you're all familiar with, right? Our assistant dean for student affairs, and who also taught you in the fall semester. And he will be joined by Diego Lima. And Diego, I might have to hand the mic to you to quickly introduce yourself, because I don't want to say anything wrong.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm a associate and senior project designer for high-rise and vertical mixed-use projects, primarily here at Gensler, Austin.
Thank you. And then in room 1C, we have Mike McCall, who is actually on the advisory council of our school, and who's a longstanding friend. I actually taught his daughter here at some point at the school. He's not a graduate from here, but he came to Texas as fast as he could, I believe. Mike has had a very longstanding successful practice in San Francisco, and he's now, I guess, kind of semi-retired and has joined us kind of in the teaching faculty. And you might see him later on in the intermediate studio as well. And then lastly, we have Alexis Benton, who is joining Mike. And Lexi, I'm going to let you introduce yourself as well. So.
Hi, I'm a recent graduate of the Masters of Architecture program here at UT. Very excited to be here. I currently work at Studio Luck in Austin. And I also was a TA for Architecture and Society, and I see a lot of my previous students, so it's good to see you all.
Hey, thank you all. Thank you all for joining today. So with that, we're gonna, where you need to go. We know where you need to go, guys. Let me check. I think we're going to be recording the main session here, but if I could get, I'm going to go in and make Elizabeth and Isha co-hosts, so you can hit the recording button in your sub-sessions in the breakout rooms, if that's okay. And if you're having any issues, just message me. I'll do that shortly. So if you guys go where you need to go, we can go ahead and get started. And Joyce and Elizabeth, do you want me to just stay here?
Yeah, you can stay
Yeah,
there.
that'd be
Lee.
great.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where do you want to go, Elizabeth?
Either one.
I'll go to, I guess 1B.
Okay, and I'll go to 1C.
Yeah, that sounds great.
Okay. And you guys, you'll see us, once things get going, we'll be moving around from room to room.
All right.
So I guess I'm staying here, right? Ulrich, that's correct.
Yes,
That's
Alex,
correct.
you're staying here with
Okay.
Adam.
Awesome.
And you're streaming on YouTube, just to let you know.
Great.
So let's just give it a minute until people move where they need to be. I think Grace, we're going to start off with you here. If you want to go ahead and, so each student, they're going to share their screen so they can drive and control their narrative. Grace, if you want to go ahead and share, we've got to get started. And I will, other than logistics, I will be quiet because I know they don't want to hear from me anymore.
Okay, how do I, oh, here we go.
And just to make sure Tan is on. Tan, will you keep time for Grace? And then Grace will take over from you after that.
Yes, absolutely. I'll start the timer as soon as Grace does.
Thank you. Thank you, Tan. Okay. Go ahead, Grace.
Wait, sorry. Okay. Okay, I'm Grace. My project today is mainly like the main idea of it, I guess, is like focusing on the interaction between site and building and like how they can become one. And it's focusing on like the like subtle like massing versus like tectonic. This was like an image from Viscom, so it doesn't really relate. But so here you can see like initially like when you come up from the site of the sculpture garden, you would be like invited to come down into this little space here where this is the cafe, which is brought down onto the level of the site. So you're like invited to like experience just a little bit down into it, and it's separated from the horizontal tube up here, which is raised from the ground. And you're invited, like after you're using the cafe or whatever, to come up to these stairs through the site, up the building, up here, and you can kind of see like the subtle like wrapping of the stairs here. This is a section, and here you can like inside the horizontal tube, it's more for private use, it's more for the office and for the cafe workers in this massing here. So when you come up these stairs, there's like a clear wall here that subtly like says like that's like a more private space back there in the office, and the workers are down here. This is like a hallway for the workers to use. So there's a step down into like, and the tube is a much like smaller space rather than like the site moving forward, which is much more grand and like inviting for you to like keep going straight around and up. And then you can see the other spaces here. This is the bathroom, and then up here is like the viewing port. In my sections and plans, you can see here's the second level of my site, which is more for the experience of the visitor. This is the vertical tube, which is a bathroom. So it's kind of an experiential bathroom. You're a part of like the massing of the site, and you can still like see out views from there and come back around, invited to like go up. And then in this section on the right, you can kind of see like the stacking of the levels. So this cafe, like down at the bottom, the horizontal tube has its own like level, and then up here the horizontal tube and site become like one plane, and it's kind of like a middle ground between the bottom site, and then the upper really tectonic tube that's like much higher and like grander than everything else. So this is just like kind of creates like a new ground plane. Here are my perspectives, and I wanted to show that kind of idea here, like as you're emerging from inside like these big massive site stairs, the building and like site kind of become one. So like on the left is the building and on the right is the site, but it's just like one grand like mass that you're like making your way through up to this big flat plane, which you can like view the sculpture garden from like all sides. And then from here, like the vertical tube is very like eye-catching because it's very different from the flatness of the site, and it's like tectonic qualities I wanted to like emphasize through showing the studs of the building. And then over here is like the experience of the cafe worker being down on the ground in the more massing of the ground, and they can like see people coming up from the sculpture garden. These are my organizational diagrams. So the cafe and the bathroom are very like balanced here, and you can see again the emphasizing of it coming down. And this bathroom is also touching the site as well. And you can just see here like the wrapping of the circulation and how it was formed around the building, and how the vertical circulation is all on the outside. So it like invites the people to experience this building, like the visitors to experience the building more from the outside until you make your way up to like the pinnacle, like viewing point, I would say. And then on the vertical tube, I had just like an operable element that kind of exposes the framing and makes the tectonic qualities like show more, while also like giving a different light condition than would have been before. And like in this image down here, I thought it would be interesting to like play with different opacities of a sliding wall thing, just to create like a different lighting condition, but also like emphasizing like the difference between like inside and out. And yeah, and that's it.
Thank you so much. It's not easy to start off a final review, so you did that with a lot of grace. Excuse the pun, please. But yeah, thank you. That was very clear. Could you go back to your diagram, please?
Yes.
I think this was very helpful to see. And maybe just a tip for like future presentations. I think starting off with something like this would be very helpful, because it leads us into, this is sort of like a partie, like your initial thought around the design idea. And it helps us understand just like where you started with this simple idea and how you developed it with different details, right? So in a way, you kind of started at the end where you showed us like, here's the idea that resulted from all of these steps. And so it's really nice to see that you made these diagrams. And since we're looking at them, I think, well, first of all, I'm impressed that you put studs, you know, it's like a stick frame building. And what's the other material there?
I don't know. I guess we're just like, we can interpret it however we want. It was just like wall thickness.
We didn't define that further, Adam. It was just a stereotomic.
Yeah.
Okay.
We didn't get into the construction technology further.
Okay. I think it's something else, right? It's not a stick frame. We know that it's not that. So I think maybe just it would be maybe a little helpful in all of your representations if you indicated that there was a material difference in some way. That could be indicated through very simple means like just giving the volume a different color or a hatch that's different. Or you could even put a material on it that's like a rendered kind of material mapping. So that would help us understand that there's two things sort of in tension with one another, or they're balancing one another. And I'll let Alex go go ahead.
Yeah. Well, just to add to what Adam was saying, I was also really impressed with the clarity of your presentation, and the level of your drawings are all very clear and very professional. I think what would be really useful is to maybe have a more confident start, in the sense that, have that first line really speak about your concept. And this could be by, as Adam said, bringing this set of drawings to the beginning, but it could also be giving a little bit more attention to the drawing that you actually showed us in the beginning, rather than just, skipping through it. I'd actually would love to hear more about it, but this is just for your next presentations. One thing maybe I can add is I totally agree that it would be interesting to see how this difference between two different types of construction would eventually be actually perceptible by means of color or texture, not just as a diagrammatic tool, but as a real, architectural kind of gesture. You could say, no, it's just because this is isolated from the other volume and it's already independent and, autonomous as it is, but you could think about it. There maybe something that I can add is about the circulation. I thought that your way of dealing with circulation was very clear. And there is a lot of movement. Well, it's about movement, but movement in the sense that you're kind of taking us from one side of the building and then you're shifting to the front. So you're allowing us, by following this kind of S movement, to perceive the spaces from different sides and add, different types of experiences. So this is interesting. Maybe paying more attention to the width of the particular flights of steps, why some of them are wider, others are narrower. Is this a regular progression to like a more and more private space? And that's why everything is becoming, narrower and narrower. Making this more explicit in your presentation could also be interesting. And last point I would maybe emphasize is that it could be interesting to actually, when you are at the landing, if I may just kind of point at this place here, emphasizing somehow the continuity of your circulation as a aesthetic material gesture would be beautiful. Right now, we kind of read it as an interrupted moment, right? It could be just because of this line and how you're rendering it, but it would be stronger to see how maybe there's something happening with this railing or something that really emphasizing how the circulation continues. So, but congratulations, it's really beautifully presented work and very consistent.
Thank you so much for the feedback.
Thank you.
Wow, we're ahead of time, right?
Following the schedule.
Thank you, Grace. Who's Sophia? Go ahead. You guys just run this meeting. I'm just here to make sure things run smoothly.
Okay, let me just share my screen. So hi, my name is Sophia, and during the construction and design process for this project, two words that I really focused on were layers and connection, as it really helped me employ my central theme of verticality. The main focus for this project for me was to create an ultimately interactive environment with the singular upward circulation of these joint masses being the only defined pathway throughout the entire program. My concept image here is meant to represent this theme through the varying levels of opacity, as well as the juxtaposition of these central figures as they go farther and higher parallel to my project. As a visitor, you first start in this lower level of the site, which is defined by a space excavated into it. It is meant to represent an area for cafes and or cafe and concessions. And I wanted to keep this area open and very accessible to the public, but also shaded from the sun. So it is placed underneath this horizontal tube. After that, you enter this, oh, sorry, let me go. You enter this area inside the vertical tube as the main lobby, as well as the first set of stairs leading you upwards and passing through an accessible bathroom here, but more importantly through the horizontal tube, which acts as a long corridor for visitors to walk through and pass through the storage area, as well as another accessible bathroom. And then through the second level of the site here, they are meant to, after reaching this point, travel upwards through these second set of staircases and reach the final destination of this and main focus of this structure as the viewing deck for viewing the sculptures in the garden here. And yeah, so that was the main focus for this, for these masses here. And as the visitors, I really wanted to showcase or employ these open staircases here as a way for my visitors to be able to be immersed into the site, but also really interact with their environment as they are able to really appreciate the views as they travel farther upwards. Here we have the this embedded mass into the horizontal tube, which is actually an office area for workers. I tried to not necessarily hide it away, but embed it more into the structure rather than keep it out in the open, as it is a more private space meant for the workers rather than the public. And in that mass right there, there is an operable element as a sliding aperture, which is meant to let more light in for the workers inside the mass, as there are actually minimal apertures here, which are more meant as a guide, as an implied guide, as I have apertures placed throughout my entire building, firstly starting here, defining a space for the bathroom, and then some here for the horizontal tube, as a guide for visitors as they each define the succeeding space throughout the circulation of this building. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
So maybe I jump in. If you can say again very briefly, those two volumes that are probably the most important gestures in your project, what drove the decision about the positioning of each of the volumes and the use of those volumes?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I'm
like
talking
these
about
two-
the insertions, right? Yeah.
Oh yeah,
So
these
which
masses.
is one of them the viewing platform or the viewing room?
Yeah, so this
Okay.
second mass acts as the viewing deck, but just an extension of the viewing deck actually, as it is more of this third level of the vertical tube, also the mass embedded as another step into it and another higher point.
Okay. So, I mean, again, I think that you've managed to, develop your concept in a clear way and find a way to actually take the viewer or the user to those places by developing, a plausible, correct type of circulation. Definitely in your project, it takes a little bit longer to figure out how one moves through the space and where the spaces are and how they're interconnected. It's not to say that this is a problem. Some projects are more complex and it's more difficult to actually use with a prescribed set of drawings, to explain it with a prescribed set of drawings. So I struggled a little bit to kind of follow it, but I guess that kind of fragmentation and maybe surprise is also part of your project. There were some drawings where I think you could pay a little bit more attention to the line weights. I know some of it could be, the screen, but I struggled a little bit to tell the difference between, what was sectioned, what was kind of some lines were disappearing. So just making sure that they're really crisp and clear. Yeah. What else? Adam, if you want to jump in.
Sorry, I'm muted. Thank you for the presentation as well. I noticed that you are actually sort of distinguishing between the different assemblies with a gray material application. Is that intentional there to distinguish between the stereotomic and the tectonic?
I tried to define my masses with the darker color, as those were more meant to be the stereotype.
Yeah, I think I'm glad that you are thinking about that and how they're different and how they might express themselves differently as an experience for the users of this building. There are other ways that you can start to distinguish things differently, right? If you want the building to express the construction and materiality differently, you can sort of emphasize that more with other ways to address the openings in the structure. For example, like there's a lot of different kinds of windows and apertures all over this place, and I think that's one of the things that is throwing me off just a little bit. Is there's so many different options for apertures. There's like little clerestory windows. There's like vertical lights. Then there's just so many options. And so one thing I'd like to know is how you made those decisions to locate the apertures, which is something you can explain in a diagram, in a similar diagram that you did with the overall tectonic partie. You could also show us sort of some kind of diagram indicating how you chose to put apertures in certain places and why there are so many different kinds.
Yeah.
I would try to reduce the number of different kinds of apertures and be more intentional with the set of apertures that you have available at your disposal. And this is just a good tip for general building design. Like when you get to actually designing a building, there's a value engineering aspect to that, and you kind of want to reduce the number of variabilities to save on cost, but it also helps clarify your design intention as well. So it's a good thing. So one thing is, like, you could decide, okay, the stereotomic ones always get a small window, for example, or they get carved out and you can really read the thickness of the stereotomic structure, right? Like if this is concrete, let's just assume it's concrete. You can express the heaviness, the weight of that by maybe thickening the wall a little bit, make it thicker than the stick frame building. And then when you do an aperture, you really emphasize that thickness, and you might set the glazing inside so that when you're outside, you can see thinking, but there are different ways that you can distinguish between the different assemblies. And I'm glad that you started to think about that.
Maybe just to add to that very quickly, I absolutely agree on this point regarding the openings. One other criteria that you could use is trying to really focus on the views that are really important. Because when you lead a person into a space and they have so many choices of, where they can look and what they can actually perceive, the intensity of that experience is probably diluted to some degree. And since here we're talking about framing certain views and guiding and somehow orchestrating this experience, the apertures are a way to focus people's attention on specific things. So there's these two different issues. One is about how we perceive the volumes in the composition and how you can use the apertures to modulate that perception, as Adam was saying. And the other thing is about how we actually perceive the world outside by modulating the way you decide to position them.
Okay. Oh, thank you so much for the feedback.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Okay, Cristobal, you're next.
Okay. Okay. So good morning. My name is Cristobal, and this is my final project. So with the two words that really guided my overall project was balance and path, and I just really wanted to have that with the concept of a contemporary social issue. So my contemporary social issue with this project will be climate change, and more specifically flooding and hurricanes. I just really wanted to play with the fact that on how one can use a building or enjoy architecture while still being able to leave a small footprint or carbon footprint on the earth. The initial or the ideal entrance would be from the back, and you can just enter through this staircase right here. And on top over here, it leads to the office. But right here in the corner, you can go down and enter through this main horizontal tube where you can step out and go to the viewing area, to the garden. Additionally, this will be the viewing garden, while this would be the garden. And I really wanted to represent that climate change issue with this right here being a kind of a tank or a reservoir for rainwater, and it going down through here and trickling down through the site. This is just my perspective views, and where I wanted to emphasize the circulation here, the various aspects that one can use as a standing area or as a sitting area. And back here is where my cafe will be at. This is entering that horizontal tube. I really wanted to show this is like going down the stairs or just like getting off the stairs. And this is a standing area where on the garden where I really wanted to interact the visitor with nature. And right here, right in front of it will be where the rainwater will trickle down to the site. This right here is where you can see the cafe that's really like inserted into the land or into the site, where I wanted even the workers that work within the site to be subconsciously interacting with nature. And this portion right here is just a small circulation that I wanted to emphasize. It's like a bridge to get through this. You can kind of call it a pool of water. And this is my operable element where that's included in my cafe, and something to just say like, oh, we're here, we're open for business. And also, if it is more than welcome to be used as a sitting area to view the site that will be right in front of it, the garden. This is a viewing area. Back here will be the restrooms. They're accessible through the back. And this can also be a place where I just got my coffee. I got a little dessert. I could come in through here, be part of the site, be part of interaction with nature, and just sit down right here or just stand here. And this is where I wanted to emphasize the fact that the rainwater will be collected, or kind of like a reservoir that creates a waterfall, lands onto the site and trickles it down to really control the flooding or control any hurricane that could potentially be happening. And that's the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Cristobal. It was great to hear the initiative that you took to actually introduce another element, which is that of thinking about climate change and trying to somehow incorporate an element that brings well, the presence of water really becomes a protagonist here. So that's really interesting how you engaged with the natural elements. I think that there's a lot of beauty in that, and it would be really exciting to see maybe a drawing in which those elements that participate in that part of your projects, the elements that are responsible for managing the water, are really clearly distinguished from the others. That could mean, a drawing in which everything else is really light and these elements are drawn with thicker lines. I know you couldn't use color here, but in the future that could be a color diagram, so that we can actually really understand where the water goes and how we are allowed to interact with that. So that was really helpful. In general, I think you could improve a little bit on the way you use line weights and manage your drawings so that it's a little bit more clear. Like, for example, it's a little bit hard to understand the structure because it became a very dark drawing, but those are just things that with time you will learn how to manage the line weights better. Maybe one comment I wanted to make about the project itself is about the circulation, which is very surprising in the way that we start the procession from the top, and we have a possibility of actually seeing the entire project from above by standing on this top platform, and then we enter the building. But somehow it's a little bit difficult to follow the circulation and understand what happens inside the building, what the sequence of the staircases is, and where, for example, here, even in this drawing, like this platform, where does it lead? Is this just a viewing platform? I don't understand, how one would enter the building. So somehow clarifying that, I think, would really, really help.
Yes, thank you. I was very excited to hear about social issues. However, I do think I do fully agree with Alex. I think it's really good that you're thinking about these things because this is architecture and it doesn't exist in a void. However, I think you need to let the drawings do that for you. Explain what you're saying with words as if you aren't there. So and in a way, you're kind of going above and beyond the assignment. But if you want this to actually be legible in your project, this idea of it managing water and somehow addressing climate change, you have to just show that in the representation somehow. So that means you might employ like a hatch to literally draw where water is, like actually draw where the water is located, like show it being held in a reservoir, show it like dripping, or indicate with, it could be more abstracted even, but just simply to locate, like have a visual indication of like where this water is gathering and how it might, drip through. You could even use like a dash line. You could get, you could indicate it with, within the perspectives, right? There you have a bit more leeway within the perspectives to show real experiential qualities of the building. So I would really play that up a lot more. I think that you have a lot of ideas, which is good. It's better to have more ideas than none. I think some of those ideas would be helpful if you kind of edited them down. Like if you were an editor of your own ideas and said, okay, what do I really want to emphasize in this project? It's not a big project, right? It's very small. Do I want to emphasize the way water moves throughout this site? Because what I'm talking about, my main interest is in how this building manages water, right? So maybe then you would kind of de-emphasize the operable element, de-emphasize some of the very circuitous circulation, or make it such that wherever you're circulating, it's about seeing the water. Like part of your experience is like looking out, right? And looking out into a sculpture garden. But for you, you're one of the first people who said, maybe we're looking at something. What are we looking at? It's the water. Water is the sculpture we're looking at here. So how can, when you're walking along the circuitous stairway, how does that bring you closer to water? Like, right, you made a separate project in the landscape, and you're like, this one over here, this one deals with water, but I made this whole building, this much larger building, but that building, you're not really dealing with the water with that one so much, right? So I would say, why make two projects? Make one project, make the larger building orient itself towards a viewing experience of the water. That would be my recommendation. And I do agree on the line weight question. One way to deal with this, your line weights are just too heavy. Like almost in every drawing, they're too heavy. Just start with 0.25. Just put it on everything and first look at that. And then you can add heavier line weights. I would say don't go over 1 point for like any drawing usually. But start with 0.25 and see, what needs more thickness as a suggestion. And you could even go down to 0.15 or 0.1 if for very, very thin detail things. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Cristobal. Next is Olivia. You ready?
Hi, my name is Olivia, and today I'm going to be sharing my structure of the viewing garden. So first, I would like to start off with my concept image. And so this photo, I got inspiration from my structure itself. All the yellow boxes represent openings within my project. So like, this is the opening from the inside of the cafe. This is the opening looking out from the outside of the cafe. This is the opening from the going into the bathroom. And then this is the opening from the going inside from the viewing garden on the top story. So then next, I'd like to talk about some of my, I would like to talk about my design intent was to create an accessible, minimalistic structure that would not distract the visitor's attention from the sculpture garden, because I felt like this sculpture garden was the main focus in my project, or it was set up so they could view it. So I also like to focus on alignment, and I did this in multiple areas. So like this is the cafe on the northern end up here, and I tried to align it perfectly with the stairs coming in. So I pulled out the cafe so the stairs would fit in perfectly, and then the rest of the structure is also aligned right there. And so next I would like to talk about, so this is my section oblique. It is cut in 10 feet in from the east side, which is over here. And upon entry, the visitors can access the outside from 2 additional points besides the entry stairs. So one of the openings here, you can probably see it better up here, is right here. And they can come out onto the side on this landing to have a better view of the sculptures. And then on the back, there's a back entry right here, this is the cafe, and they can come back out through this point, and they can sit, eat outside, drink outside. And then from this point on the edge of the site, they can see the sculptures from different angles and lightings, because I felt the outdoors was an important part of this project. I really wanted to have the occupant feel like they can go wherever they want, and that they would have the freedom to be inside or outside while inside the structure. So for my plan and sections, I cut from the first plan from 40 feet above the ground, and then the second plan from 23 feet. Another, the reason I did 23 feet above the ground is because whenever the horizontal structure rests directly on the site right here. And so I felt like that was important to show. And then, let me see. So then finally, I would like to talk about all my 6 diagram elements. It shows the progression of my design and how I approached what I was trying to accomplish with the alignment in the simple structure, but still easy access flowing. And so I tried to show that throughout the project. And then finally, I have my operable elements, which whenever you pull down these, or like from the cafe, you can have lighting, or you can, if it's rainy or if it's nighttime, you can pull this down, but you can also, by opening this, you can allow the others who are outside to walk up near it and talk to people within the building or order from outside. And then I really liked this element because it's kind of shows it's like almost a stair step because it slowly increases up in height, but it also is a big opening that highlights another outdoor space. And so, yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Olivia, could you go back to the diagrams where you see clearly the progression of the development of your concept?
Yes.
Oh, this one, yeah. So could you again tell us about those 2 or 1 volume that you inserted? The drawings are a little bit small, so and probably also because of the angle, it's a little bit harder to understand.
Is that
okay? So can you identify that element that is inserted, this other volume? It's the 2 ones here. Okay.
this
So
one?
it's the cafe, yeah.
So that's the cafe right there, and then this is the viewing deck, or to view the sculptures. Okay, so I think that there's something happening here that is interesting because you kind of got to a point in which one of them, the one that is inserted in the vertical element, still reads as an insertion, and I think it kind of remains pretty legible till the end of your project, while the cafe that is inserted at the end of the horizontal element, I almost feel like it's hard to distinguish between that element and the space being simply the continuity of the horizontal element, you know? So I wonder how that could become more clear, the autonomy of that element, as opposed to being just, you know, another part of the horizontal element.
Yeah, I do like that you were trying to emphasize alignments. Could you talk about what is aligning? I can see clearly that you're aligning the horizontal tube with I guess the platform of the site. And then there's like a clear above and there's a clear below. You have like two important datums in elevation. You have where the sculpture garden is below, and then there's the higher part of the site. Are there other ways you were interested in aligning things?
Yes, so one of my other alignments here, wait, I'm gonna go to my perspective drawing. So this window right here, it's kind of hard to tell. It's right there too from the angle, but just it's aligned. At the end of the window is the end of this hallway before it goes outside. And so it doesn't extend past to the outdoors. It's only to the end of the hallway. And then I also aligned, so this window right here, well, I'm trying to see if I have a clear, oh yeah, this window right here, it's hard to tell because of the element above, is aligned with this long window right there.
Like the top of the aperture?
Yes, so the top right there and the bottom, it's the same, the same height.
Okay. How did you decide to place those windows and the heights of them? Why was that very important?
Well, what I really wanted was, so when people are walking through the space, they would be able to, it would flow easily, in that they would have a big enough opening where they could easily view outside the space. So it'd be, I did it where it'd be around high enough off the ground where mostly anyone could see it, could view out the window, but then also tall enough that it wouldn't be too short for everyone to see. So I just kind of didn't, I tried to average it like heights out to make sure that it would work.
But why are they seeing out there in particular?
Oh, in that direction?
Yeah.
I felt like a lot, well, since my my structure is kind of placed on the edge of the site, and so the sculpture garden's all right here, I felt like the more important opening should be on facing this side of the structure, because they can see more of what, because behind the structure, there's not really much, or behind, yeah, structure, there's not much happening besides the staircase. And so I felt like these were more important. The front of the structure was more important to highlight and have fun.
Okay. I would think that there would be some kind of programmatic element that balances the sculpture garden that on the lower end that you can look out onto on the higher part of the site, right? Because you're kind of setting up a duality here where there's an above and there's a below. And so you're also setting up a duality with sight lines, right? There's two windows, two primary important windows, and one's looking out over this higher part, one's looking out over a lower part, right? The lower part has a sculpture program. The higher part doesn't seem to have a program to it right now. So I would think that you would, and it would almost make sense to make it a cafe element or something, just to bring it into some other part of the brief. But to have like this idea that one looks out onto one thing, one looks out onto another thing, because the one on the higher part of the site doesn't seem to be looking out towards anything. Maybe the one on the lower site you actually could see down to the sculpture garden, but you might want to check your viewing angles there, because where the height of the window, where the windowsill is, if you just did a simple section and you did sort of a view cone looking down, this is something that Frank Lloyd Wright does in a lot of his designs. He like checks view angles and stuff, and Adolf Lewis as well. But you might want to think about the detailing of how high that window is, and if it needs to be lower, actually. Like maybe you need a window that is at the foot level and like is very low, so that you can look down at a sharper angle to see the sculptures in the garden, because you might actually not have an easy time looking down at them. So those are just some things. I really like that you're trying to align things and you're being thoughtful about that. I would be more directed in how you're choosing to give importance to certain things. I think it's good that you're considering these things and trying to bring them into alignment, but now you can add another layer of why. Why did you do that? You're telling me how, but why is the question I'm asking. So thanks.
Maybe just one very quick comment.
Thank
I know
you.
we have to wrap
Okay.
up, but
Yeah.
you know, thinking more about how you approach the building, the way the staircase faces the retaining wall before it actually turns to face the building, that is a very strong decision, and I think it would require a little bit more work on the retaining wall itself, right? Otherwise, it seems a little bit accidental, and also the way of placing the staircase right now creates this really, big and imposing walls, and also spaces that might be a little bit unresolved behind the staircase. So working a little bit more on how the staircase actually integrated into the retaining wall, into change of level, would probably also help you anchor the building better. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I think in terms of alignments, think about plan alignments, maybe just straighten out that staircase and have it sort of align with that duality you're setting up in the plan. Just have it go straight across instead of kinking there. So you set up, the staircase separates the high and the low. Okay, that's all.
Thank you. Sorry, guys. We have to move on. Thank you, Olivia. Ian?
Thank you.
Okay, hello guys, my name is Ian, and this is my final project for design 2. Oh, it's not. It's frozen. 1 second. Oh, there it goes. Okay, cool. Okay, sorry. Back to where I was. Okay, I'm gonna start off by reading my introduction just because it goes with my project. But yeah, so I'm just gonna start by reading it. You may not realize it, but architects and choreographers are much more closely related than you might think. A choreographer tells dancers where to go, how to move, and the feelings that should be expressed within every moment. Just like a choreographer, architecture directs these same ideas. Direction, movement, and fluidity are all crucial decisions to be considered when designing a building. The influence an architect has on a space is limitless, and with that idea in mind, I focused on designing a building that focused on a natural movement throughout the space as the staple for my design. The space has one major area of movement, which all 3 levels of my building are accessible from, which still naturally leading to each space throughout the building. The ideas I have heavily considered throughout the design process were all focusing on fluidity of the space. And when stairs were first introduced in our project, I wanted to focus on how I could make the stairs my design rather than just movement to get to certain points of the project. I wanted my stairs to really have a point, a heavy effect on the design and the whole entire experience in itself. And then right here, just based off of that same idea of fluidity, I have, it doesn't really go much with my design, just more of that idea of fluidity and movement and things like that. So moving on. Oh, wrong way. Okay, so this is my design. As you can see, there's one central staircase right here. This drawing doesn't fully get the entrance, but there's an entrance down here. So it goes up it goes up around here, then back up around here where you get to the cafe, walk across. You can enter through there, but you can also turn around here and go up to the viewing space. So my staircase really focuses on direction through the space. There's stopping points, going through different spots. And I really wanted to focus on gradually leading people through my project or my building. So I have a little sight raise at the end of this staircase down here, just so you kind of know to flip around and go into the building over there. But yeah, so go to the next slide. Okay, so as you can see, this is the inside of my building. Up here, you can see the viewing space. So you'll come out here and the viewing space is actually this little corner over here. And the reasoning for that is because I wanted when you were facing the west side, I wanted people to look at the building and it looked like these masses were completely stereotomic. They weren't actually rooms inside. So there weren't going to be windows on that wall. It actually looks like a sculpture in itself. So that was the idea behind that. And there's actually a lot of alignments on that side. So I have a 2-foot gap that each, so this mass is brought up 2 feet. this mass is brought out 2 feet. So when the sun sets, light will actually go through this gap here, go underneath there. So there's lots of like light shining through small spaces, allowing for like interesting like lighting and dynamics to go on. And I also, along with like this space up here, like where the viewing platform is, there's also like an openness to my whole horizontal tube. I left it completely open because when you walk up to it, I want you to be able to look straight through it, and which I'll get to that on the perspective. I have a photo of that. So these are my plans and sections. For some reason, it like messed this up right here. This line's supposed to be there and that line's supposed to be back there. I don't know why. I guess when I uploaded it on here, it's just a little different. But yeah, so I have a cut of like my viewing platform just so you can see once again like it looks out that way, and you can see how it does look pretty stereotomic there, considering on the other side my stairs are very tectonic. And then like I said before, like this is where the entrance to the stairs are, and it's directly at the edge of my horizontal building. So like you can't see it from this side because you physically have to go straight up in there. And I created a, like, once again, just a small like raise, so it kind of leads people to that entrance again. Let's see. And then these are my perspectives. So like I said, you can see like straight through the building, and I wanted the building to look very stereotomic. So from the outside, the materials are all the same right here. So it looks like these are pieces just physically moved out of the building. And then I left open some framing in here because I just thought it'd be like, since that's where the horizontal and vertical to like meet, it like had all of their framing interacting. So I thought it was like a cool thing as well. And then this is my process. So kind of what I went through, just the tube sticks out 2 feet on the other side. There's a foot gap on each side right there. And then I added these and just pulled them up, like I said, and pulled them out 2 feet. And then I have them aligning perfectly, the two masses. And let's see. Yeah, this is just my plan oblique once again, but that's pretty much it.
Thanks, Ian. I really enjoyed your introduction. That was very thoughtful. It was a very like well-considered idea about the philosophy of design, which was really nice and unexpected. So in terms of where does fluidity come in here for you? I like that you set up this idea at the beginning, but could you show us? I see the movement, but what is fluidity to you here?
I just meant like the movement felt very natural by like the spaces being risen, and like everything felt like natural in the ways that you go. And so that's kind of what I meant by fluidity. I don't know if that was the correct term or not, but that's what I meant by it.
You're being poetic, that's all. So I think because you really emphasize the stairs, and I'm glad that you just like the introduction was very helpful. I think that your writing and your way of thinking is very clear. I think that your drawings need to kind of catch up a little bit to your level of thinking. I think the perspectives are very helpful, and it's nice to see the color and all that. I like that you're thinking about the materiality. I liked what you said about the stereotomic volumes expressing themselves as heavy objects that only reveal themselves to be hollowed out when you go into them. I think that's a really strong idea. Sometimes you kind of break that idea where like, as you're moving along this staircase, like as we see in this plan oblique, the lower stereotomic volume has a long window cut in it. And so I'm wondering like, why does that one get to have a window whereas the other one doesn't get to have a window? Like maybe the window is on the top so that you only, you still get light in there, but if you're circulating around it, you don't know that it's a volume unless you go inside. So when you go inside, you can see up, only seeing up, but not out like a typical window.
That space is actually my cafe, and that's the reason why there's like that long.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That's where you would get your
The food.
stuff.
Guys, sorry, we're gonna have to.
Well,
Ian, you spend a lot of time talking about your project, so maybe we can just have some closing comments, Alex.
Okay, a quick comment. I really appreciated your engagement with circulation as a driving force in the project, but I almost feel that if I didn't know about it, I wouldn't think that this was a driving force, and that could have to do with the drawings, where it would really help to see how those two basic volumes were actually first affected by the circulation, and only then somehow broken up into those separate spaces. That would really allow you to think about the circulation as an organizing principle. I know that that might be a little bit in conflict with how the project was structured for you. So just in the future, really think about how if the staircase is the driving force, that should be kind of the first operation in your sequence of drawings that explain it. How did I organize the circulation, and how did other things emerge from that? That's all I would just add to it. But it's a fascinating way to approach a project. So I would encourage you to try it again and again. Thank you.
Yeah, very, very strong concept. You need to make a long section through the stair. There's no long section through the stair. We don't actually see how you get on to the stair. So that would be really helpful to your project.
Yeah. It's a little bit hard to actually understand how one moves through the space. Yeah, but interesting.
Yeah, thank you very much. I enjoyed it.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ian.
Make some more drawings on the stairs.
Okay, give me a second. I'm trying to pull something. Okay, so, oops, I'm sorry. Okay, so hi, briefly, I want to talk about my VisCom assignment. So for this assignment, I wanted to focus on creating a balanced path between the movement. So like this would represent like a path, and everything around it is just balanced from one side to the other.
Vanessa, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. Can you be a little closer to the microphone? A little hard to hear, or turn up your volume. Sorry to interrupt you. We just want to make sure we can hear you.
Oh, I don't know how to. It should be normal.
This is better already. Thank you.
Oh, can y'all hear me now?
Yeah, it's better.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry. Do I repeat that?
Yes.
Okay. So briefly, I wanted to talk about my VisCom assignment. So for this assignment, I wanted to focus on creating a balanced path between the movement. So here you have like this path between these circles, and then everything around it is just balanced between each other, which relates to my design theme in my building. So for my project, I want to focus on creating an open space in such a narrow area, while also creating private areas as well. So just like the VisCom assignment, I wanted to create a balanced and simple path to follow. And by doing this, I tried to avoid inner circulation as much to give the space more access or like accessible areas. So here on the horizontal one, it's pretty much just a simple path, like a walkway, which you can also be introduced to like a private room or a place that can be like a restroom as well, right here. And then for the vertical tube, this is just only accessible through the bottom. So it's just like a sitting area that has like the framing exposed. And then you walk up to the side right here, and it allows you to go to the viewing platform. And so here here you can see the walk, like the path, the simple path. And on the left, this is like what I want to consider like an office, or like just like a little room to be like social. And yeah, that the reason why I chose these two is because I like what they capture. So I like this the circulation on the side right here, and then I just like how this is, I don't know, like just extending out from the building, from the path. And so as you can see, you can avoid, like when you come in, you can just come through here without having to step into like this like office area, or even if you want to, you can just come outside and it leads you to this upper area. So here's just my process of sliding out the tubes and where my project was completed. And right here on this third photo, you can see where I try to focus more on the balance theme. So you have the one on the vertical tube extending to the right, and then the one on the horizontal extending to the left. So it's not like all to one side, which makes it look heavy. It just looks balanced. And then here is my operable element. So if you wanted to have like sun coming in or not, then that's what the purpose of it is. And yeah, this is my plan oblique again. And I wanted to focus on having these very narrow windows, because earlier on in the semester when we were working on this, we worked on actual natural lighting. And when I took my photos out when the sun was setting already, I liked the glowy feeling that the sun gives off when it's setting. So that's why I focused my building to have more openings on the west side. And that is all.
You finished? Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'll jump in briefly and focus maybe on one thing, which is the circulation. I was really captivated by how clear it was to me initially that you were more interested in these volumes and leaving them as open as possible for free circulation inside, and you didn't want the circulation to kind of take over. And I think that you do succeed to do that, because the staircases are just, at least as perceived from this angle, they're just these additions, right? Wherever you really have to have a staircase, you're adding it. Now, I think that this is something that could be pushed further in order to strengthen this idea, to somehow question, when this really needs to be a staircase, or let's put it differently, where those elements are really almost independent, like detached from the building as much as possible, so that you see that they're just kind of connectors. And sometimes it could be, inside, I noticed at some point you have a staircase, it's like 3 steps. I don't know if you can find an image of the interior space where we see that. Okay, perfect. Like, for example, this one here, those little steps, which are clearly just connectors. And I could imagine those being even more detached from the volume. So, for example, being, slabs that are longer, that are maybe also serving as a bench where you can sit, so that the staircase itself is kind of disappearing and becoming part of the space as much as possible. Then, of course, you have a staircase like this one, which is one big staircase, but it's still kind of hidden, and it does its job, but it doesn't take over your project. So I would really look at those moments and decide as much as possible to decompose the staircases wherever possible and detach them, to emphasize that autonomy and the importance of the volumes. But I think it's an interesting kind of thing to work on.
Thank you.
Yeah, I really like these perspectives. They really help sell the project for me. There's a clarity of this room within a room kind of idea, where you have these smaller volumes inserted into the tubes, and they're just they're always elevated a little bit, which I think really helps reinforce the idea that these are separate things. And so I think it makes sense, following Alex's suggestion, that the stairs are also always legible as their own thing. So you have like three things. I think that's one way to do it. But maybe just to comment on this stair, while I think it's interesting because it's funny, it also is actually kind of redundant, because you can just walk here. So you actually don't need this staircase over there at all.
That's true.
So simply and you could be more dialed in terms of how high this is lifted up. Maybe it goes, a typical rise height, 7.5, 7.25 inches up. So this is 7.25, this is 7.25, and it just ends up being, those are the stairs. It is the step. You step onto it itself, and you don't need to add another stair. If you decide to do that, then maybe hiding the rest of the stairs is another option. Anyway, I don't know if you've looked at precedents or anything, but this is a very Adolf-Lucian kind of idea. It's called like a Raum plan idea. This staircase really reminds me of John Haydock's wall house stair, which is in a thin volume, and it's thought of as being hidden in a plane. So those are just a couple of things that you could look at. But I really like this view. So.
Thank you. Thank you for the comment.
Thank you, Vanessa. Jamie, you ready?
Okay, hi, I'm Jamie, and my project, I really wanted to have a goal of kind of creating this relationship that changes as you move throughout the building, and it kind of becomes more of an intimate relationship between the viewer and the site as they get into the tube and into the viewing space. So here in my plan oblique, I have kind of this bottom level, which is more open, and you have the building kind of positioned more centrally within it, so that there's lots of space to move around and get all of these different views of the space. Whereas once you come up to this upper level, it's more controlled and directs you into the tube. And here in my section, you can also see kind of more of the program ideas and how you would move and circulate up these stairways, as well as there's this mass here, which I turned into a restroom area, which is more private from the rest of the lower level. And it also has like a little seating area on the edge. And then you have the cafe here, which you walk up the stairs and you're kind of greeted by this like counter type of cafe. And then you can also see the intersection here between the horizontal tube and the vertical tube, where you create this more intimate kind of viewing space within the vertical tube. And you can see that too in my plans right here. You can see this viewing space here, and then this horizontal tube, which would be more of the office spaces. And in this plan, I like that you can kind of see the circulation throughout and how you would go up and around, and you would have all of these turns, which would kind of allow you to get a different view, a more open view of the site as you keep moving through it. Whereas once you get into the tube, it's more directed towards this smaller viewing area. And I also like that you can kind of see the program in these sections. So here's like the restroom again that you would step into here, but it also has like the seating area, as well as this cafe right here. And then my perspectives, I wanted to show the circulation and how you kind of go up these stairs that kind of give you this sense of turning and like meandering almost throughout the site. And as you keep turning and getting different views in different directions. And then once you come into the tube, all of the openings in the tube actually face into one direction, so that it's more controlled, and it's towards the west. So I had this idea of like the sunset coming through and creating like this mosaic lighting on the inside. Here you can see my organizational diagrams. I like this like idea of like privacy here within this tube, where there's a small like narrow passageway here. And then this mass would be like more connected to the site. And then I also have my operable element, which is within the vertical tube in the viewing space. And like I was saying, like it's more controlled than the rest of the site. You don't get as much of an open view. But at the same time, the viewer has the ability to kind of change what they're seeing and manipulate the lighting into the site. So then again, here's an overview of the site and the building, and you can see this kind of mosaic type opening that I was talking about. So yeah, that's my project.
Thanks very much. The drawings are very nice, very beautiful. Let's see. I like, there's something else going on here that you haven't really talked about, which I think is interesting. And it's, I guess, let me draw. It's this facade on the back side. You're setting up this idea that there's a view from over here where you see the building, and it appears to be more of a solid thing, right? Where, because you're saying all the windows are on this side. Is that right?
Right, yeah. The other side is more like you said, like solid.
Yeah, which I think is a really nice idea. And I think it helps you organize the rest of the design intentions. But what does it look like from that side? I would love to know. Do you know?
Yeah, I realized that I don't really have as much of a picture here. This is kind of the best one that I have. But yeah, I wanted it to be very solid so that these windows, once the light did come in, that they had something to kind of reflect on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's what I was thinking with that.
Okay, I think you should indicate in some representation, maybe in an elevation on that side or in a perspective like this, what that looks like when you kind of come around the building and you see now, oh, this is not just a solid volume, because the building itself is very sculptural when it's abstracted like that, right? When you see it from the other side, the side we don't know what it looks like from, it itself becomes a sculpture when it doesn't have any distinguishing elements like windows or doors, or even if you can't really see the staircase, right? I think if you were to be more considered on what that view from the other side looks like, then you can start to dial in this side that we do see, like the fact that the staircase extends past, like, ooh, like this volume. Ooh, I just want to draw, like the fact that the staircase like peaks out here, you would see that just the little foot of this staircase from the other side. So there's like little elements like that, and maybe you'd want to say, actually, I need to make this whole volume longer so that the staircase is not peeking out. And you could decide to say, and this is really legible as a facade, right? I really like that this is cut out and you kind of keep it as a facade, and it should bleed into this volume. Anyway, there's some like nice things going on that you could dial in more if you actually looked at the other side.
Yeah, one quick thing I will add to it is that I actually thought that the project also looked very monolithic from the main side, the one that you are sharing with us. There are not that many openings, and there's this entire part of the building here that goes, now we don't see it here, but that goes all the way down to the ground here. That is all just closed wall, like solid wall. So because you have such a small number of openings, it's actually just these 4 openings. I almost feel like the whole project would be really in understanding even better how they're positioned. And then this moment in which, you know, everything opens here is very important. And it's a surprise, right? Because you only see it from the side. So this is actually quite interesting. One thing I would maybe say is that because of the importance of those volumes, I have a feeling that the circulation seems a little bit accidental in the way it wraps around this prisms. So it would be interesting to see how you could maybe rethink what's going on here and establish a closer relationship between the volumes and the circulation here, so that they talk to each other a little bit more.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Jane.
Very much.
Michelle, are you there? There you are.
Hi, I'm Michelle, and in my project, I basically try to blend the interior.
Michelle, sorry to interrupt you. Can you go to full screen on your Adobe? I think you go to view. Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so I basically tried to blend the interior and exterior space. One that I found was like finite and the other infinite, because the main sculptural garden is more of like an exterior event. I felt like it would feel different to the visitors if they had like a fully enclosed structure. So I tried to make it more open. And in the plan oblique, you can see basically the interior of the programmatic spaces from an exterior view. And there's also a clear path starting from the bottom of the site, from the restroom, making its way up the stairs and then ending into like the cafe area. And then in this section, you can sort of see like the path I was talking about, how the threshold basically leads to the end through the cafe and then ending in the storage area. And if you look closely, you can see like how the operable element like hovers over the ground, so that the space isn't fully enclosed, but rather like, but it still like functions as like an enclosure, I guess. Yeah. And then in the perspective, I guess it's best at highlighting the programmatic spaces, excluding the cafe, which is better seen in the operable element view. The viewing area is shaded so that the visitors don't really have to worry about the heat, while also being close to both the office for like any questions and the cafe to just like grab something to eat. And I placed the restroom further away so that it wouldn't crowd out the area, because it tends to create a line if there aren't a lot of stalls there. So I left it like away from the rest of the spaces. And then I guess I liked here how you can't really tell the intent of the project until the end, where like it starts to progress in a way. Yeah, it's just like nice to look at. And then for the operable element, it has both the qualities that like symbolize an open concept, like the hovering of the screen door off the ground, and then the transparency, which, yeah, you can see. And then finally, this is just like a reminder of what my project looks like as a whole. Yeah, that's it.
Sorry, Michelle, I was muted. I really am intrigued by how you're bringing us up to the second level by carving into the ground, but it's very beautiful and I think very powerful, but I'm struggling to understand how you continue moving through the space. Could you like show a drawing where we actually see the staircases and the circulation? Again, maybe.
Is this one better?
This is a little bit difficult to read.
Is there only the one staircase?
Yes.
Okay.
Like it just like leads up and then curves around.
Oh, so there is no other staircase.
Yeah, no. It's just, and then there's like a very, whoops. A very
okay.
one here. Just like
okay, so okay, my apologies. I misunderstood that you could actually not go all the way to this level. So in your project, as opposed to many, right?
Yeah, it's just like one level. Yeah, I was gonna put the viewing area on the top level, but then I thought it would be kind of too high to look downwards. Like the angle would be kind of too steep. So I thought it'd be better if I left it like a level down. Yeah.
So what happens in that volume? Is this a volume you look into, or
like the top part?
Yeah.
Oh, nothing happens.
Nothing happens. Okay. Yeah. But then I think it would be really, really important to make something happen. And that could even be the fact that, you know, when you look up, you see the sky, or because of the way the skylight is organized, or some kind of an opening in this volume, it brings the light in a particular way to this spaces, right? So I think this will be like the most important thing for you to embrace now, is to say, okay, I have this volume, it was given to me, how do I use it? How do I activate it so that it's not just a black, you know, box that we're not engaging with? That to me was the most difficult thing to figure out. I couldn't understand what was going on there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I fully agree. That's a great idea, Alex. I do like that you've decided to be very thoughtful about the that the circulation is really separate. Like, I think that's really intriguing. And the way that there's a lot of unexpected things that happen with this building, which I find interesting. And one of them is how you circulate, which is completely separate from being inside the building. And the other way is that you can't go to that other part of the building, which is floating above. But I like that you can't go there. Actually, I think it's better that you can't go there, because it adds to this mystery of the building. But you do need to be able to go there with your vision. So like, you should be able to access that part of the building in a different way, right? To be able to see it in a new way. So I totally agree. You should be able to look up there with a window or something in the top. But I like that. Could you go to maybe some of the perspectives with your operable element? I like that you're starting to think about detail, but in a way, I would ask, like, why focus on this particular detail? Like, why do you need a screened element here? And can you show us where it's located in the rest? Could you like point on the drawing where this is located? Like,
the element?
Yeah, where is it?
It's right here.
Could you show us somewhere where we can see it?
Oh.
You have it in plan, Michelle? Will you see it in plan? Can you go to your plan drawing?
Hold on. Oh.
Is it in a perspective? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, you can kind of see it over here. Like,
what's that area?
Wait, let me draw like over here.
I see that, but what is that area there?
Oh, it's the cafe.
That's the cafe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. So why does the cafe get a door but nowhere else? Do the bathrooms get a door?
Well, like theoretically, yes, but then it wouldn't be like operable. Well, like I just didn't include it. But
Okay.
I thought that it'd be better because if it wasn't, then like because it's such an open space that if there's like when it does close, then it would kind of be like too open and like people could just like come in anytime because there'd be like food and stuff just like standing there. And because the storage is in the back room, so yeah.
Okay. Well, I feel like if that's if you have a very pragmatic reason, right? If that's the case, I would apply that same pragmatism to the other spaces that would require that level of pragmatism, such as the bathrooms. You would definitely need some kind of door. I actually think it would make sense if it was not a different material, and if it kind of echoed the materiality of whatever the volume is made of, and just kind of, when you closed it off, that it made it look like a complete volume. So like when it's closed, you read it as like a solid volume, but the fact that it has openings in it makes it seem like it kind of undermines the sculptural reading of the volume, right? So I actually think it shouldn't be transparent, those doors. But if they were solid and just were like the same, they just echoed and reinforced the volumetric nature of that part. And then you could put it in the bathroom zone as well, which would make sense to have a solid door. But thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Colin? And Adam and Alex, we're probably running about 10 minutes behind. Are you okay with staying a little bit longer? And
yeah,
what I'm actually going to do on the hour is I'll move the reviewers for the second session, which will be joining us at 11. I'll move them into the briefing room and I'll disappear briefly. But
sure. So we have 2 more projects, right?
We have 2 more projects, yes.
Yeah.
2 more. Thank you, Colin. Take it away.
Thank you. So, hi guys, I'm Colin.
Full screen? Can you do full screen?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Thank you.
There we go. So in my project, I really tried to explore sort of the juxtaposition of different kinds of space in order to elevate one's experience of the site in general. So in this concept image, you can see sort of the coalescence of the more structural orthogonal forms with the kind of organic shapes in the background sort of representing the site and one's experience of that location and that landscape. So along the vertical axis, I tried to focus more on segmented programmatic space divided into different functions, whereas the horizontal axis is more open and encourages sort of free circulation and social gathering and exploration. In the section oblique, you can really see the division of that vertical space into different programs with the cafe and concessions on the bottom sort of mediating between indoors and outdoors. Above that is the restrooms, and then above that is the office administrative space, and then at the top is the viewing area. And at each level of the structure, your experience of the site is being modified through kind of different apertures and different visual access, with that sort of culminating at the top with this viewing platform looking out to the northeast. And then in plan, you can see the horizontal space and how I tried to keep that a little more open to promote exploration and gathering, and how it sort of pulls you into this back seating area that's a little more hidden and a little more tucked away. There we go. And then perspectives, just kind of showing you what it's like to be inside of that open horizontal space. There's some exposed framing on the top to sort of reinforce the connection between this aperture and this seating area, which is carved out of one of the additive masses. And then this exterior perspective, just sort of showing you how the building looks from that angle, especially showing how the tower sort of visually dominates from this side and definitely emphasizes that idea of upward mobility through the various programs of the structure. And then in terms of the development of the space, I tried to use the additive masses to sort of emphasize the crucial points of the geometry, which to me were the top of the vertical tube, which is sort of the apex of the whole structure, as well as the intersection of the two tubes. There's another mass there which serves as circulation. You can see how the stairs sort of connect and take you up onto that level. In addition, you can see there's a pretty dramatic cantilever created by the tube over on the left, which to me sort of balances out the verticality of the tube, as well as, and sort of parallels that idea of moving through the horizontal space and into this back area, which is where the operable element is located. And this is just a sliding panel that can be used to manipulate the lighting qualities as well as the view from that area in the back of the horizontal tube. So yeah, just in the macro view, you can see how all of those elements sort of come together, along with the circulation, which sort of anchors the whole thing to the site. I tried to keep that as simple as possible, while still promoting a sense of exploration and, you know, free choice in terms of where you go through the structure, with the overall goal just being to elevate your experience of the site through different kinds of space. That's all.
Thank you, Colin. Maybe one thing we can focus on for a moment is the circulation and the circulatory devices that you have chosen to work with. I wanted to ask you whether it was intentional to work with so many different types of staircases. That means, you know, different proportion of, or different steepnesses, different widths, steps that are kind of shaping the topography, some steps that even seem way too steep for, you know, what the code really accepts as the maximum steepness. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I kind of visualized it as a progression sort of narrowing in terms of access. So the first staircase taking you up to the top of the site is very wide, you know, can accommodate a lot of people. And then moving up from there, it gets a little more narrow as the program sort of narrows in and gets more specific. And then this staircase that you were talking about in the back is sort of a ladder stair, which is something that was introduced to us in class as an element we could use. And to me, that's sort of, you know, emphasizes the height and the verticality of that by making it just a little bit harder to access physically, because that is sort of the pinnacle and the apex of the whole thing.
Okay, so this was intentional, great. Which is an interesting thing, like you're making it more and more complicated, more difficult to reach the higher levels, and it becomes an effort. I do believe that you could somehow, now that you see all of these different devices, find a way to still unify them, and maybe make this progression from one tab to the other more clearly visible as an intention. That could mean removing some of the steps that might not be necessary. You know, there are moments in which you have steps and then you have kind of stepping surfaces surrounding the landings. There's a lot of, you know, a lot going on. Like, for example, if I can just circle it, you know, here, and this moment here, and this moment, and the stepping here. All of this, I think that it takes away from the clarity of your concept of this gradually intensifying experience of going up. So I think this would help to clarify that. Yeah.
Yeah, if I could add to that comment as well. I liked when you said that the stair is connected to the stereotomic volume. And I actually wish that that was your rule for the staircases. Like, but the staircases can be whatever kind of staircase. They can be ridiculous proportions or whatever, but the staircase is always unified with the stereotomic volume, and it becomes legible as one thing. So the stair blurs into the stair really is unified as a volumetric thing with the stereotomic room thing. And you're starting to do that a little bit with the middle, the lower stereotomic volume. And I think you actually want to push that integration further, such that, like, instead of being this floating stair that then goes onto and then steps a little bit, that it actually is just one big mass. And you think of the stair, you conceptualize the stair as being a removal, like a carving away from the volume itself, right? So you carve away from the outside to make the stair, and you carve away from the inside to make a room. And in doing that, you're creating another room outside, right, on top of the volume. So if you were more intentional, I think like getting rid of the excessive stairs, I think when you said you tried to do as few stairs as possible, I think you can do even fewer stairs, which will help clarify the idea. But I really like what's happening this beginning of the carving away of the stair integrating into that the lower volume. I think that's a really powerful thing.
But you know, it could be also even just what Adam is saying. If this was really just a staircase that occupies this entire space, and then even if you do need steps here, thinking about how that becomes, you know, the entire surface turning into a staircase, avoiding these moments where you have a part of a staircase that is actually protruding forward and not really dealing, not fully integrated with the volumes. You could look at Casa Malaparte as an example of, it's a house on the island of Capri in Italy, which is basically one massive staircase that becomes a building, a beautiful example of kind of relationship between the building and a staircase. Yeah.
That's a great precedent. I'm just gonna put a link there to it.
Thank you.
It was in a couple movies. Can't remember which one.
Yeah, by Antonioni. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And I also liked your beginning kind of introduction. I thought that was nice. So thank you.
Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I guess I'll start. Can you guys hear me well? Awesome. How's the audio? Is everything okay? Do you guys see my screen?
Yes.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Tan Lee, and this is my final presentation for the Design to Spring 2021. Today, I will be presenting my design of the Goal Visitor Center. This is a 6 diagram that shows the design process from beginning to finish. And it's showing that by generating form and space, intersecting 2 rectangular prisms, the visitor center is designed around 2 key principles. The building need to consider and guide the visual and spatial experience of the visitor is 1. And secondly, it must have little physical effect on the site. That's why I opted to not modify or cut into the site in the diagram. The plane oblique over here shows the overall relationship between the mass, the 2 mass, and the site itself, and the tectonic construction. By splitting the, I'm getting a chat. Oh, I see. By splitting the plane oblique, we get the section plane oblique that introduced this main idea of a social horizontal space between here and here. This is a space that embraces and explores the flexibility of hosting various activities such as the cafe, the gallery, and the viewing space. From here, you have the physical access to the site and the bathroom on the bottom. And you can also walk up here and have access to the roof, which is also a viewing space, and the office up here. More than just the physical accessibility, when the visitor grab their drink on the middle part, they can briefly occupy the space, and they have the visual access through the south wall, which is right here, and see the actual site itself. And this visual connection to the site exists throughout the project, whether you in the middle tooth or you on the roof or you on the stair, you can see out to the site. And this is encouraging the visitor to actually making their way down to the site where the main attraction is. Looking at the south facades, we can see that into the uninterrupted and continuous corridor where the social activity happen. And this space is like a semi-public space that blend between the indoor and the outdoor. Next, from this view, you can see the project attempt to construct lightly on the site, restricting its footprint and use mainly wood as a building material. Beyond structurally the exposed wood beam here and the cladding, visually lighten the construction and communicate a sense of like tectonic quality. Lastly, I want to say that I envision this building as like a temporal construction that can be removed at a later date without hurting the site. It can be removed if needed. And that's my project. Thank you so much.
Thanks. What a great presentation. The representations are super good. There was a moment with one of your earlier perspectives when I was almost convinced that not the next one. I was like, wow, you really made a model.
I know, me too.
Thank you so much.
I love being fooled. Yeah, it's great. It's better than making the model. You don't have to spend all the money on the materials.
Yeah.
And it's perfect at the end of the day. I like this vertical striation of these like thin wood elements. Is that indicated in any of your other representations besides these perspectives?
I consider the cladding of itself be a facade design aspect, so it wasn't included in any of the orthographic drawing or anything like that, because I think these represent the construction of it mainly, and not just the decorative element of it. That's why even in this drawing, you don't see the window, the operable element itself, because I think that is the added element afterward.
Okay. I think that you actually can indicate that in a very simple way with just like a 0.15 line that goes vertically. And it could even be a gray. It doesn't have to be black line weight.
Okay.
But you can indicate it within the elevational elements of your orthographic drawings.
Okay.
Because you did design this.
Yeah.
And when you design things like that, you should draw them in all of your representations if it makes sense at the scale you're drawing them. And at this scale, you can indicate on the elevational elements just like a simple vertical line, because the element is very easy to represent in that way. You could do it as like a very light gray 0.15 line, for example. Because it was a surprise to me when we get to the end to know that you did all of that work. And it's nice that it was very thoughtful.
Thank you.
Can you go to the first image where we can see the staircase? Okay, this one here.
Okay.
That's perfect, yeah. By the way, these simple diagrams are also very effective in the way that they help us really quickly visualize the difference between the different volumes. I wanted to talk a little bit about your access, because it's very powerful and very simple. It's a simple gesture, right? You have this really massive staircase that goes up, and then you turn around and you have another staircase. It seems to me that it's, if I'm reading it correctly, it's quite a beautiful way of building up or moving from a space that is darker into a space that is completely open of this, a higher level where you have all these operable openings. And it would be great to emphasize that more, I think, how the movement through the staircase takes you through like degrees of lightness or darkness in this building.
I see. I understand that it was not clearly communicated. but I feel like that could be explored in the future because moving from the mass around here upward, there's a change in height, and that threshold just bring you into the experience of like you entering a change in space and you going out of it. So yes, I understand. Thank you so much for that comment. Yeah.
If we could maybe talk about the siting, how did you decide to site this building? It's a little funny, some of the choices you've made. But I'm noticing now, the cantilevering here is really extreme. And it's extreme to the degree that I'm not convinced it's like feasible.
I can show you this perspective. There's a partial wall using a 4x4 stud that made like a visual revealing. As you walk down the stairs, you are reviewed to the site as you pass the wall, and it also provides structural support that way.
It feels like a afterthought. This idea, and I think you could just fix this by reciting this building differently. Okay.
Sorry, Adam. Go ahead.
If you go to you could simply rotate on axis. You could simply pretend this is the axis, and you're rotating the cantilever. You could rotate the cantilever over so it like sits on top. So if you rotated this cantilever by 45 degrees and just had it start to like rest the end of itself onto the higher plane, then you wouldn't have to do this structural afterthought, because you would be making use of the site condition to allow it to project out and then have just a little corner of it sitting on the site. So you use the site as structure.
But you could also think about this element here, which one reason for sliding it out could be actually to create that condition of connection between what's in part cantilevering and this higher level of the site. Because right now it's also a kind of awkward situation in which it's touching, but it's not touching, and it's already sliding off another volume. So it's true that there's a lot of kind of precarity here. So that could be also used,
I love both. I think the idea of turning 45 degrees and having just a corner resting on the side is quite elegant. And also the idea of pushing out this mass as structural support is very intentional also. I do have to say that we were not allowed to do like a diagonal kind of construction, but I do think that's a great way to do it. So more feasibility wise, I think moving the mass out is an awesome idea.
The construction doesn't have to be diagonal. You maintain everything. This entire design, you just rotate.
I see.
The site you rotate the building, the entire building. You rotate 45 degrees. You could then stick to the rules, but its relationship to that site condition is at a 45 degree.
Maybe we were not allowed to do that either.
Oh, sorry.
I think that's a nice way to dance between the line of it. Yeah.
But that you can do that when when you're more free than in this exercise. I think one last comment, what could be interesting is to rethink the way you're pulling out these two volumes, this and this one, in the same direction. And I wonder what would happen if actually this volume went in that direction, and this volume was the one that was helping you to anchor the cantilevering element. That way you would have this situation of kind of almost diagonal kind of balancing, of one volume pushing in one direction, the other in the opposite, and would help you to resolve some of those issues maybe. Because the one here, you don't actually need it to be resting on the ground, right?
I want that to be the entrance. So looking at the plan itself is the only one that go out of this restricted box. So that's the entrance, and you go in there and you can go down right away. Yeah. Sure. But that's an awesome idea. Pushing.
Yeah. No, of course. That makes sense what you did.
Okay. Thank you so much for your comment.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Adam and Alex, for joining us.
Thank you.
Great comments. Really appreciate it. And we're just being joined by two reviewers for the second session here in the main meeting, Vince Snyder and Dangel Briscoe. You all probably remember Professor Snyder from the fall semester, right? He's taught you in Design 1, and he's going to check up on you and see how you progress. I think you're muted, Vince. So.
Well, I look forward to having you in my class in the fall, and it was a pleasure seeing what you're doing today. Thanks.
Great to see the work. Congratulations.
Thanks.
Thank you, Adam.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Okay, Vince.
Yeah, I think they probably tried very hard to forget me, but anyway, it's nice to see everybody again.
That's okay. That's okay. And then we have Dangel Briscoe, who is an associate professor here at the school, who teaches, across the board, graduate students, undergrad students. Also teaches a support course for the graduate students in digital drawing and fabrication, and currently is teaching Design 6. Design 6, so one of the intermediate studios.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think, the reviewers have been briefed, so they know what you're going to talk about. So I'll just, I think we're going to start with Rohan, right? You ready? Take it away, Rohan. And Vani, please keep time for Rohan, and then Rohan's going to take over. And Ronnie, if you can also, no, so never mind. I'm recording this session. Thank you.
Okay, can everybody hear me and see my screen? Yes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Hello, my name is Rohan Rajram, and today I will be talking you all through my final project for Design 2, which is a sculpture garden welcome center. So as we've been designing this project over the last couple of months, the crux of my project kind of shifted from an exclusive exploration of spatial hierarchy to one that more focused on materiality and light and their influence on the inherent feeling that each space kind of aimed to capture. So here's a plan oblique, which provides kind of a nice view of the relationship between this vertical circulation tube that is, I would argue, is probably the main component of the entire design. Kind of anchors it with the site as well as in context with the other horizontal form. So in this oblique section, part of that circulation that you can see here through this vertical tube becomes a little bit clearer. You can understand how the stair circulation that takes it down through between the top of the horizontal tube down to the bottom of the site can get you from all the different zones that you need to go to. So programmatically speaking, the viewing platform is up here at the top, or the access to it is here. An office space is located inside the horizontal tube, as well as kind of like an entrance vestibule, and then a coffee shop that rests on the site. And at the base of the site is the restroom, and then the access to the lower part of the sculpture garden as well. And this will probably be seen better in my plans and sections here. So I actually think this section does a really good job of showing exactly what I wanted to talk about, which is you can see how the circulation takes you up and through these spaces. And something that I tried to show, especially with these plans and sections, is how they relay the most private spaces being at the bottom, saying that the semi-private spaces are more towards the middle. So semi-private, even semi-public, maybe something like the office, maybe there's a bit of an interaction there in terms of you're handing out brochures or you're meeting patrons or things like that. And then the most public space being the viewing platform at the top, because I think it's really important that you show the sense of hierarchy, that it is important, that the public is the most important and they're the most considered in this design. Therefore, they're given the biggest space and kind of the most transcendence in their circulatory experience. Here are just some diagrams of how the actual design process worked in terms of creating it, subtracting masses, siting the site, and then even using this sense of circulation that comes from the vertical tube and grounding it within the site by taking site manipulation into consideration. So including stairs within the site, and then even creating a broader context of a plaza that then is extrapolated from those stairs. Here are some perspectives. So this is a perspective view from the end of the office looking in. So you have You can kind of see how that semi-private or semi-public space is created. You have these louvers here that close off the office from the rest of the circulatory experience, but it still kind of almost provides like surveyorship in a way, because there's administration people working there, so need to make sure they know what's going on. And another one from the northern end of the site, which shows the entrance, and this is even kind of like sunrise view of what it would look like with the sun coming from the east. So a pretty significant part of my design was exploring the physicality of materials and how they played with the light. And I think the big turning point for me was when I did build a physical model that mirrored some of the experiential quality that I was trying to create by using materials like really thin pieces of basswood and putting them together to create those louvers, and using cross sections of corrugated cardboard to get that kind of surface texture that I have here. And these are just some diagrams of the operable elements that I have. So the two main operable elements that I'm considering are kind of like a sliding shell that comes off at the end of the horizontal tube to not only extend the office space, but it frames a view, and then it also reveals a louver. So it kind of is one of those things where it's like when the building is open and that piece is open, the office is open and the feeling is there and the feeling is created, but when it's closed and everything is back and the building is kind of reset, there's a transformative quality with the light there. And there's a similar feeling that you have with the pergola that's made of similar kind of like framed pieces that I have going on top of the cafe. And then just back to the Planet Blake. Yeah, thank you.
Well, I'll just jump right in and say that, Rohan, I really want to commend you on your presentation. I was able to follow all the things that you were saying with the drawings that you presented, and that there seems to be real clarity with the intention of your design moves and the way you describe it, and some of the sort of overall gestures operating at the larger scale all the way down to the filigree of how light gets into your main component of the vertical staircase, I think are all very interesting and operating with clarity, I would say. And I particularly appreciate your interest in the model process and what came out of that in the end. I'm glad that you recognize that as a beneficial way for you to take the project that much further, actually working with real materials and getting your hands dirty, if you will, with some of the things that can be put together and I think bring a level of delight to a project. So I really want to commend you, especially on that last view, or the view that you started with and end with, that has a kind of light quality coming through the way that you stacked the cardboard. I thought that was quite creative. And just the basic intersection of the two main geometries, I think, is just a clear, simple move on how to identify certain programmatic elements fitting in that and defining from it. So good work on the main strategies for pulling this together. I think the one part that I would say might need a little bit more adjustment is the office space that happens along the stair intersection. And you did recognize that it might be too open and that you could close it, but it felt entirely too open, even if it's operating from a point of surveillance, as you mentioned. I think that's super important to recognize it. It does have to have some relationship to overviewing or overseeing the larger maybe visitors at hand, but I would say that it doesn't feel like it's at its best place for design when it's so open. At least what you're showing us is like completely open. I couldn't imagine anyone, that one, yes, really getting some serious work done there. And that's where, I mean, I think it's a kind of secondary program in a sense. It it does adhere to the language of louver systems, which I think is also a kind of carryover or clear identity of you as an advanced designer, thinking about how to strategize a wall system that might be both open and closed. But to me, it might need and some additional louvers or some other approach to how that gets conceived. But I think overall it's a very clear and well done project.
Yeah, very, very nicely done. And I appreciate Danelle's comments. I couldn't agree more. It's a very, very, very accomplished for second semester. I can tell, you've heard me say this before, but I can tell that you love your project, and that's and that it's a true love, as it were, and that's really important. So I congratulate you on a really, really nice project. Now, okay, let's talk about well, because it's always open ended. So in this case, sort of pun intended. Let's talk a little bit about, well, where might be the things that you would look over to possibly reconsider, right? So I agree with Danelle in the sense that I think you've got a formal clarity that you've tied in, with circulation. That's sort of very clear in terms of how you're approaching the site, you're approaching the progress, you're approaching the link the spaces one to the other. So I'm very, very happy to see that. But then the question I guess we look at is you keep saying, is there, you go back to that notion, is there some other idea or ideas that are starting to emerge that can link the parts together in a more, let's just say, more direct way, as well as profound at the same time? So you are very interested in modulating the light. I think you've done a good job with that. But when I look at the different elements, okay, let's go. First of all, thanks for going first. It's a difficult position to introduce everybody to the project. The other thing, of course, is that with our current situation, well, that y'all are quite used to by now, you'll see next year that when you're able to actually have all the drawings up on the wall, you're actually going to get better feedback because everything is there. And, a big part of this is that we're comparing parts to parts and parts to whole and all that sort of thing. Anyway, go back, if you could, go back to the your overall AXO. I guess it would be yeah, I guess that's good. It could have actually been any one of those. So I do like the notion on one hand of like a literal mechanism that slides. And was that part of the program, Rohan, or was that your idea?
So one of the requirements was, well, actually not, we were challenged to consider doing operable elements as a method to potentially enhance the function of the program and their kind of flow together. And actually it was a more functional thing for me because I ran out of space. I was like, my vertical tube is only circulation. I don't want to turn it into more than what it is. So where can I kind of reclaim square footage? Oh, I can slide this thing out and get 60 square feet and, call it a day at that. Right. So it started as a very functional thing. And then I ended up thinking about it and I was like, no, I kind of like it for all the other experiential qualities that it has as well. Okay, well, great. So, so having said that, I mean, there, the notion that something is extended, there's different examples of architecture that are out there that do those kinds of things. For me, the ones that are most successful are the ones that you sort of see those relationships in a very kind of directly related manner that therefore also emphasizes the particular sort of space. So maybe another way to say that is that if you look at that space that, let's just say, that's on the end of the tube or the horizontal tube, right? That thing moves to the left, if I understand it correctly, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And you can also see that with the sort of a resolution that you have on the interior line of it, I believe it's also exposed when you slip that piece out. In other words, it emphasizes like there's a directionality to that move that's quite clear. And
And then one could say, all right, the tower, which doesn't move, could possibly have that same kind of thing. I mean, in other words, because you've also have the office that I understand. Is that the office or what's the one that's off to the right?
That is a cafe.
That's the cafe. Okay. But there would be the idea that for me that all of these, right, because they're in essence 3 parts, that I would make all of them be extensions as opposed to 2 of them. And the other thing would be, so therefore there's something about a sort of vertical, you know, that this thing is, when it's closed up, it's a little bit like a shop that's closed up there, or like a turtle, right? It tucks itself in. And then when it's fully exploited, you know, or extended rather, then it takes on a slightly different configuration. But those 3 pieces would have a stronger dialogue to each other as opposed to just one being fixed, which is the tower. The other thing is that the tower, by the sort of grading that you have on it with the sort of diagonal aspect, you're introducing an element. I'm sorry, you're introducing an exception to that. So it's heightening its, you know, its exceptional quality, which is, I think, in a certain way, sort of distancing itself from the other pieces. It's starting to develop its own kind of language, which I sort of question. In other words, I think its verticality alone and its size alone distinguishes its own kind of identity, but still ties into the other one. So I think the actual modulation of light that you have there with the diagonal quality to it is yet something else that, I'm not saying you can't do it, but it's just a much more difficult thing to do in terms of the integrator. Right now, it stands a little bit separate. It's a little bit like also the steps down at the base. I like very much the fact that you've modulated the ground level there to sort of like have a kind of spilling out. It's almost, you know, it's like Michelangelo in the Laurentian library, sort of, you know, spilling out of space. But then I would think about, well, does that then become a rule to wherever, you know, I have space connected to the inside, like there at the cafe, would I do something like that, although maybe not to the same degree, right? But as a way to sort of modulate it. The third thing then is then you look at the cafe itself and it pulls out as you have, but it is counter to the way the basic reading is. I guess that's the structure, right? In other words, the structure is not in line with it like you're doing with the 2 piece that slides out. You see what I'm saying? It's a little bit, you know, how can I keep the energy of what I'm doing and the clarity of what I'm doing, but try to stay within, you know, more or less a family of articulation. And then I think it gets more at a larger sort of notion of meaning, which you really didn't talk much about, which is the sort of notion of you know, open and closed, and how that may relate to how we function as human beings from the private realm to the public realm, right? It could have
Professor
more
Schneider,
of a,
sorry.
Yes.
I'm going to have to interrupt you here. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
We need to have some closing. We probably need to move on.
I don't think we need to close. I think that was the main idea, and I think Dangel covered you know, a great part of it as well. So I think Rohan got a fire hose worth of water, so he's good.
Great,
thank you. And I'm so sorry, Rohan, to
no, I would
right
you
there.
know me, I prefer to be on time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure that we have enough time for everyone.
I don't think anyone actually said how much time we have. So
we're trying to do it in the chat more subtly. I just hate to interrupt the viewers in the.
I'm not a good.
I can be more.
I'm not good with the chat, but I'll be.
Yeah, I'll interrupt you.
I'll try to be more aware. And Rohan's keeping time at this point.
Rohan is keeping time now. So
okay, super.
I'll just verbally interject when you have a minute left, potentially.
Okay,
thank you, Rohan.
That would be good.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you all.
Catherine.
Can you all see my screen okay and hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Catherine McCoy, and my final project for today explores the idea of the project as a non-interruptive space. And when I say that, I mean that programmatically, I wanted my building not to interrupt the flow of its context, as in the sculpture garden, but to actually amplify that and create a space where sculptures could exist and just amplify the viewing experience for them. And this idea evolved overall into the idea of the project as an extension of the site. So the first thing I wanted to emphasize was this dichotomy of weight that I established in the project through the suspension of this horizontal cantilever and the adjacent cafe, which kind of suspends into the cavity in the site. And that compared to the weight of this tower and the corresponding restroom, which is attached to it, which more so like rests on the site. And so through that dichotomy, there's this silhouette that's established that sort of creates a silhouette that's like an analogy to the site itself. Within the sections, one thing I wanted to emphasize was this wrapping staircase, which whereas before the project wrapped around the site, this is sort of a moment of reciprocity where the site itself wraps around its context. One other space in this section, which is worth noting, is this courtyard behind the horizontal cantilever, which sort of alludes to the openness of this second level. And then there's two more hidden spaces that I wanted to emphasize. One is this exhibition space, which is sort of tucked away back here, and it's kind of like this more intimate space in the openness. And the second space I want to emphasize is this higher up lofted space, which is just like a very private space where you can explore the site from the highest vantage point. And so one rule I established within the project to sort of amplify that project site connection is this repetition of circulation, whereas on the first level, there's this idea of lateral movement through solidness. That idea is repeated on the second level, as seen in this perspective. Visitors go through these two heavier masses into like a perceived open space, both through like an aperture that's on the other side of this wall and a courtyard on the other side of this space. And then on the second level, that idea is replicated through sort of a more sculptural mass here, which is meant to sort of blend in with the sculptures which would exist on this level. There's once again this idea of solidness and then openness on the other side, which is more exaggerated through a glass panel on the ground, which sort of views the courtyard below. So you have a full view of everything around you. And then for the upper two levels, there's the language sort of shifts into this idea of verticality. So starting on this sort of like hybrid site building level, there's this more steep staircase, it's narrower, so it's a more private experience. And it takes you up to this platform here, and that connects to the office space and then a viewing platform within the office space, which is sort of a blend between private and public. And that takes you to like just this most vertical space. And I do have one operable element, and that is a table which exists in the horizontal tube and sort of as an extension of the cafe on the other side, just for convenience, if anyone wants a table. And then I included these elevations in the end to emphasize that overall circulation movement. The apertures and these sort of extending spaces allude to the overall circulation patterns from the cafe to this like restroom and circulation space. There's sort of this more horizontal movement dynamic, whereas the connection of the apertures reinforces this sort of vertical quality. And that's also emphasized along the back site elevation, where the apertures very much show and emphasize the verticality of these spaces.
Okay. Thanks, Catherine. Yeah, you've got a lot going on here, right? So, and that's fantastic. You're thinking a lot. I really appreciate your the drawings that you showed. That also, I think, follow in line with what you're saying. I mean, what you're saying is matching with what you're producing, and it's clear that you're well aware of what you're trying to do in relationship to the site. You know, below the horizon, above the horizon, taking two different attitudes. It's also clear that you're very interested in, you know, the relationship between sort of like the larger spaces. And I think because you talked about two things. I think your two primary terms that I kept hearing, maybe in different kinds of variation, was that or were that of extension and hidden. And so, and I think that's, you know, that's key in terms of one is almost a sort of extroversion and one is a sort of introversion. And I'm just wondering if, I'm looking at, let me give you a couple of things that I think you might want to think about. One is leave it right here on this elevation right here, that you see that, for example, you've got the tower unit, okay, and you've got three windows that are starting up their own kind of language. One is a square window, one's a horizontal window, one's a vertical window, right? There's an almost sort of implied sort of progression that happens. They get larger as it goes up. It becomes more, more open as it goes up. And then let's say that is a strategy worth pursuing. Then one would say, okay, I know you have those same kinds of things that are happening in plan in terms of that you have, like I said before, the more hidden spaces, the more open spaces. So there's a kind of inversion that's happening in the tower, in the sense that it looked to me, if I remember the one section that you had, where you've got that biggest window in the tower is also really one of the most private places in the tower. Is that correct? Right?
Yeah.
So there's this sort of weird inversion, right? I mean, like you read it on the outside, you read it as, oh, that must be the big open space, as opposed to, no, that's actually the most sort of private space. But you get to a point of privacy, you're sort of protected from the site, and then you open it up. And then one would expect that same kind of strange possible inversion in the lower section. You see what I'm saying? So like wherever you would have those hidden conditions, you would also therefore open it up, and that you and you can clearly then change it relative, horizontal versus vertical, but using the same language. But you can see that in that bottom one, it's really separating itself from that sort of understanding that you have of the possible sort of dichotomies of extension and hidden, if all that makes sense. In other words, you've got a lot of really complex thought, and I think you've done a good job in terms of documenting that, pursuing that idea. There's a lot to really like here. The next thing is to say, is there a way in which I can use the language in a more consistent manner, other than the one that was already, the sort of restrictions that are given to you do a lot of that work for you. In the future, you're going to be left to do that to yourself. What I mean by that is, like, for instance, you're essentially given these sort of tube structures. And so that in and of itself gives you a limitation that you play within. So all I'm saying is that continue that as an idea, which is that what are the relationships that you're starting to develop, and how can I stay within a particular set of rules that then extend to the different way I play it to the different parts of the program. I don't know if that makes sense to you or not, what I just said, or if you need additional clarification.
I think that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. But very nice.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of enticing moments within what you've presented. The thing that I think I was most struck by was your initial statement about having the desire or design intention for uninterrupted spaces. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
And I am always interested in things that prompt us with such an open-ended suggestion of what it could be, so it's like I'm really interested and motivated to see what that will mean to you. And so I think that it does exist. I'll go quickly, but I would like to challenge you to maybe point out those things with greater clarity. And so in your design work, in your diagramming, to actually show us the moments that are the uninterrupted spaces, how that actually operates, because it very quickly goes into all the other things that you accomplish this semester, geometry, threshold, tectonics, you've got a lot to sort of operate with, but I still want you to continue to tick away at whether that concept is being pursued and how it's being pursued in multiple ways.
Mm-hmm. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice project.
And with 7 seconds to spare, how about that?
Oh, I thought it was our time.
Nicholas?
Hi all, I'm Nicholas Bowman, and this is my final presentation. So really my
Nicholas,
intent
sorry,
was,
Nicholas, to interrupt you, can you go full screen? I think that just makes your drawing slightly larger.
Yeah.
Go to view on the top there, the view menu. Thank you. Yeah. No, you had it right there, full screen mode. Scroll down. Keep going.
Keep going.
Oh, I see. Thank you.
There you go.
Sorry.
Okay.
But yeah,
Thank you.
my
That's
intent with
perfect.
this design was to create a building that sort of enhances the viewing experience of the sculpture garden through like all the fenestrations and openings in the design. And I really wanted to focus on making sure that the visitors who come to see the sculpture garden have like the best experience. So there's like a certain flow that runs through like with the circulation that allows for that experience. And the openings that I have occur at many different levels. So you get different perspectives and views of the sculpture garden. And yeah. So here we see that like there's a sort of a major horizontal viewing space, and the sculpture garden is located right here, as well as a smaller window in the hallway. And then in the vertical circulation, there's like an observation deck and various windows at different landings in the interior stairs. So here we see that there's like many functions of the building too. So the stereotomic object in the vertical tube serves as a rest area if you're tired after walking up those stairs, as well as we see someone here like in the cafe and people entering the tube. So my plan cuts are cut at the vertical tube for plan cut 1 and 3 feet above the floor for plan cut 2 for the standard cut. And the corresponding sections highlight the horizontal and vertical tubes. And then we see some people sitting in the outdoor cafe space, people entering the tubes, as well as someone using the observation deck. So my first interior perspective really highlights the horizontal tube, and it shows that, you know, that major horizontal viewing space is really big, so patrons have a nice overview of that sculpture garden. And then the second perspective shows the vertical tube, that stereotomic object, as well as the observation deck. And then for the organizational diagram, when we were doing the case studies, this orientation for the tubes really just resonated with me, so I decided to use it. And then I ended up switching the site in relation to the tubes because I felt that this worked better than my previous designs. And then to offset the cantilever, I brought this extrusion down and this one out to provide a little space in the vertical tube. Then I added the framing and all the various openings to allow for viewing of the sculpture garden, and then the extra surfaces to just make sure that visitors are getting the most. And then my operable element is a sunroof on top of the vertical tube. I'd imagine there'd be some sort of railings on either side that it slides out from, so that on a sunny day, the whole entire stairs and tube could be illuminated. Thank you all.
Danielle, you want to go, or I can
Sure.
go?
No, I'll start.
Okay.
I think the main positioning of the two major tube pieces, Nicholas, it's very strong in the sense that you've kind of anchored them to one corner or justified them to one corner of the site, and really tried to frame a sculpture garden space from that. So I think that the first gesture and move is quite strong. To me, the degree to which you start to articulate it a little bit more, because you're given the opportunity to maybe continue to operate on it, distracts from it a little bit for me. I am potentially more of a minimalist or a purist in that sense, and don't necessarily need so many things that would not necessarily take away from the main move, but to me aren't necessary. So that's where you can take a step back over the summer and really think about, like, is that absolutely necessary? If I made that one slightly bigger, would that be a better thing than having 3 of the kind of conditions that are trying to give a direct and clear view to the sculpture garden, which I feel is your important direction. And then and this is true of not just yours, but the last two presentations, I feel like there is not as much of an engagement with what a plan cut can give you. It's not just this thing that is required of us to do, you know, at 3 feet above the floor level, but actually walking us through the floor plans, especially for yours, felt like I would have much rather, or I could have better understood your programmatic relationships if you had given us the floor plan drawing to look at and not try to walk us through a cut orthograph, paraline view. So I just would take into consideration that the orthographic plan cut can be very rewarding in a sense of what it's giving you programmatically and its occupation in the horizontal dimension. But I think overall you've got some really interesting things going on, but particularly for me, the first move, the big gesture is the part that's the strongest for your project.
Yeah, I agree completely with that assessment. Again, I think, you know, like all the projects, like the two projects we've seen before, it looks like you're, you know, that you're enjoying yourself and that you're enjoying your project. And so that's very important, and I'm happy to see that. The other thing, though, is that what I also liked was the fact that you were very clear in terms of that what you want to do was to prioritize the sculpture garden. So your next step as a designer, which is very important, is why. What, you know, why is that? Why should that become a priority? Because right now it sort of feels as though, well, that's a desire, which is certainly a good place to start. But the question is, what is that desire? What's that intuitive pull that you have? That would be one. The other one would be, you know, not every sculpture garden is the same. You would think that the sculpture garden would be dependent upon what type of work would be shown, what scale of work would be shown, how much of it's permanent, how much of it's moving. You know, that actually would help determine what it is that you're doing. But going back to Danel's major point, if I can do this, maybe I can't do it very well, but so, and this would be something that, you know, okay. In other words, if this is the sculpture garden down here, and I think this gets back to the plan notion as well, where in essence, there's some sort of play. It looks like right now, I mean, you're doing some formal moves, but to me, they could also read more or less as erosions. I think Danel's point about, and I made this in an earlier project, which is to sort of that you're always trying to distill it down with the scheme that I'm actually showing you. You could go as Baroque on it as you wanted, right? I mean, you could have a million different moves in there, but the relationship of that makes more sense in the sense that you're seeing that the outer, you know, that the outer edges of the project, in other words, maintain a kind of simplicity, a boundary, a datum, whatever everyone's saying, that you're saying that there's a deviation from that. Now, in terms of what those erosions would be and the degree to what they're doing, which is what you're doing right now, you know, that would be as you start to posit questions about, you know, again, why is the sculpture garden so important? And if it's not given in the program, what would you therefore propose as the architect, you know, for the types of work that would be in there to which your manipulations would be responsive? The other things that you look at, like in your and again, I drew that thing in plan because that gives me a very clear idea about what I'm doing. That is quite a bit different from even your oblique, because I see there that, you know, you've got stairs back running on the backside, that there's, you know, that there's actually erosion that's happening on the other side as well. So you're losing that sort of clarity of prioritization. I mean, it's still, the priority is still there in terms of what it is that you are, you know, where you're putting most of your energy towards the inside. But you at this point, you really need to answer the first question, which is that, why is that a priority? And how does it help organize the other parts of your program? You know, one thing to be concerned about is, you know, it's sort of like you'll get clients that, you know, they've got a beautiful view, might be a view of the lake. And I can guarantee you that a great number of them will want we'll want to see that view from every single room in the house, for example. It's just like it completely, you know, it's not taking advantage to the rest of the site because again, sort of like, you know, it's like you really would limit that and therefore give attention to the other parts of the program, give more meaning to the other parts of the program. But one would have to think about how to do that. That makes sense?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank
Super.
you.
Yep.
Thank you, Nicholas.
Thank
Kevin,
you.
are you?
Yeah.
Ready?
All right, can you see that?
Yes.
All right. Hi, I'm Kevin Clayman, and my intention with this design was to develop relationships between different parts that would contribute to a coherent design. And so starting off with a broad relationship between the site and building, I developed two contrasting ideas in that on one hand, with the bottom tier of the site, there's a clear separation and disconnect that the two have with each other. And that's opposed to the top of the site that has a smooth transition from site to building and a clear progression of both space and of occupation. And so this section, plan oblique, shows this well. There's also a contrast in experience someone may have in these different locations. On the top, having a more straightforward feeling, and on the bottom, a more isolated feeling. And by having these two ideas play at the same time, that's creating a different experience someone may have before they actually enter the space. Another relationship I developed within the building was between the vertical circulation and the extruded masses. The first extruded mass is the cafe, and it's in Plan B right here, and a display area in Section A here. And because these masses have a certain hierarchy to them, I was able to have them act as hubs or base points for which a single strand of circulation can weave its way around the building and to the both extremes of the building in revealing itself at the isolated part of the site, as well as at the top, at the highest point of the building in the viewing area. And so this perspective at the top shows that viewing area. And the perspective on the bottom shows how by having the relationship between vertical circulation and extruded masses, I can use the horizontal circulation as a mediator between what is considered private space and what is considered public space. So in the background of that perspective with the circulation and cafe area, it's more, there's a lot more going on. And so it's a more public-esque space. And then crossing that door frame and that threshold, there's a more neutral space in the bathroom. And by revealing framing and narrowing in on that threshold, a feeling of more privateness is achieved with the office space at the foreground of that perspective. And these diagrams just show a better view of the certain relationships that I've explained earlier. And with my operable element, I decided to use it on the viewing area as to balance it with the extruded masses in the display area and the cafe that have more of a hierarchy. And so having that balance between those three sort of distinct and important programs. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I guess I'll start on this one. I think that actually works kind of well that we're flipping back and forth. That's okay, Dangel. Yeah. Or did you want to go first?
Yeah, sure. No, that's fine.
I just thought it'd be because it's different. It's playing a different position, you know. It's sort of like punch and counter punch. Anyway, Kevin, there's an awful lot to like about your project. It's very thoughtful. I think for me, the strongest part is, I mean, you talked about it, but one is that more importantly than talking about it more, which would also be helpful, I think would be actually within the drawings themselves, that, you know, what you're saying is that is it really demonstrated in the project? I think one of the things you definitely want to pay attention to, even more so than in this last drawing, is your use of line weight, particularly in your plans and in your sections. It doesn't seem as though you know, you're popping out the sort of resultant spaces or able to see the resultant spaces that are from what you're creating. The second thing, though, that seems interesting to me that's not maybe exploited as much as it could be or should be, is that because you talked about the sort of vertical circulation that's making the kind of break between the the higher part of the site and then the more sort of tower part. That's not quite consistent here. What you're showing, that for example, for me, it's very clear in the plans. I also think that your earlier axo drawings or plan obliques, and I don't know which ones they are, but anyway, is that you're not, well, let's go to your earlier plan obliques that just have the framing. That might even been the first image. Yeah, like these guys, okay, because I think you showed this a couple times. So what's clear here is that there is a structure in place. And what's also clear is that in your viewing areas, right, that's really where you're sort of peeling away the outside and exposing that structure to do the architecture for you. You know, you're pulling away the skin and you're looking at, I don't know, whether it's I guess it would be the bones as opposed to the meat or the sinews. But I think that for me is the sort of strongest part of your project. And I see that you do a little bit of that. If you go to let's go to the interiors very quickly. Yeah, like right there. So on the bottom one, right, you're doing the same thing where you're removing some of that material and exposing that same, in this case, it's Western platform framing. You're exposing that. And then you see a possible relationship between that and the stairs, right? In other words, it's a bunch of sticks that are put together. And so I think one way that one could rethink this thing is, first of all, is that not to have such a disparity in scale between, okay, at the viewing thing, I have this, the structure that's very much exposed, and then I have a small sliver of it. You could really view it as though, let me think about the vertical circulation that would be using the same language, the same assembly, right? That basically of sticks. And that would be completely exposed, because then that is really, seen contrary to the volumes of the building itself, because you were, in a certain sense, really sort of separating that to a different part of the site. You were breaking that away, which I think is a very interesting kind of thing. And then I would do more of a modulation within your design itself that would be playing with peeling away the areas. In other words, another way to think about it is like, right now you've got a big area that's peeled away and a smaller area that's peeled away. You're sort of missing that middle zone where I'm pulling away enough that's somewhere in between those conditions, and then the full blown one, which would be the structure, for example, so that you would therefore interrelate. In other words, the stairs themselves become the bones, and you expose the bones at different parts of the project to heighten that contrast, but also to visually sort of still tie everything together, and then rethink about, okay, what parts would be in essence completely covered, and then that would be in play with the ones that are more exposed, if that makes sense, right? You're taking it down to two simple elements.
For me, Kevin, if you could go back to maybe one of the axonometrics, or maybe of the ones that are like the series, the diagram, that. I mean, to me, you're doing something really interesting that maybe you're just intuitively operating from. So it's not taken from a word or, a drawing concept kind of thing. But the way that you're using the site itself, this sort of very extreme drop or terrace condition that the site gives you, in an interesting way. And it's a bit inconsistent the way you're doing it, but I don't think that that's really an issue. You're embedding, if I can maybe annotate, so you're really banking up a wall against that site. And to me, it's really containing the site back away from your project, and you're using that as a backdrop. Whereas others, have operated on top of that second level, you're really sort of treating it as just a retaining system, if you will. And then the second thing I think you're doing is you're floating your base geometry. And so to me, that should be something that you're acknowledging with a little bit more understanding and command, I suppose. This shape here that is a C condition, and it floats up off the ground, but at the same time, it's anchored and retaining all the earth that's behind it, is to me one of the strongest moves that you have. And I wish that in a sense, as a language, were carried through at different degrees or at different scales throughout the operations. So I think your project is incredibly interesting. I just think you need to kind of look at it every day over the summer and understand and digest what you did as an event and how it unfolded, if you will, so that you can understand your process, I think, a little bit better and explain it to us with maybe clarity as to why you took certain moves and why certain operations happened. Lastly, I just want to say that I think, again, within the plan view that you showed us, you say, and yes, so when you started to describe this floor plan, you say, and there's the cafe, and there's the second meeting platform. But to us as fresh eyes on your project, or people who are looking at your portfolio, on screen without you there to explain it, I don't think they would really understand how you're seeing those spaces and where its occupation would take place. So just like you're able to put, your entourage in section, I would encourage you to inhabit your plan drawing so that we can understand and you can understand if it's actually spatially viable to put a cafe or a viewing platform for a public visiting center. But overall, I just want to commend you, because this to me is got some really magical moments. Sorry, my annotation's gone wacky. So congratulations.
Thank you for all the comments.
Thank you, Kevin. Colin, you're going to share your screen?
Yep. I'm sorry, I'm having trouble pulling up. There we go. My bad. Okay, so my name is Colin Hurd, and this is my final presentation. Everything in this paragraph will be reiterated on the following slides, so I'll just move on. This is the plan oblique, and what I really want to be noted, when I was working on this project, I kept on thinking about overlooks, like pieces of architecture that are as compelling to look down from as they are to look up to. So I wanted something that was very digestible from a glance, whose plan was apparent, and sort of was rooted at the base, and then got airy and lighter as one ascends. And these are my sections, and you can see the lack of fenestration towards the base, and then as you get more and then more massive doorways that'll let more light in until you're completely exposed at the top. And that same development is mirrored on the horizontal tube, where you go from complete darkness to the kind of light at the end of the tunnel. Also worth mentioning for the plan is there are 2 bathrooms, one in each tube, to sort of make each of them self-sustainable. The horizontal tube, I imagine, or not, is conceptually more private. This is where the office would be. And then down at the base here is the cafe, and then 2 separate viewing platforms. Here are my orthographic drawings, and I think this one demonstrates the sort of circulation that one's going to have to do. You're going to have to experience the entirety of the building and the site to get around, which is good, I would think, for a building meant to show off a sculpture garden. Section A, you can see
the size of my pullouts, my stereotomic objects compared to a person. And then this is the cafe window, which is it's sort of conceived as a grab and go kind of thing. And then you would hang out on the surrounding site cutout. Here are my perspectives, which I kept super simple line work to demonstrate how different these two stereotomic masses are. They're carved into, because I used my my solids to sort of indicate space instead of being vessels for space themselves. And so I couldn't carve into them and have them be inhabitable, but I could make them sculptural and clearly distinct from the surrounding tectonic tubes. And they're tied into the architecture, not distinct from it, because this one, you know, props up the horizontal tube, and then this one is connected by the sail shades, which which I'll talk about in just a second on the next slide, I guess. But here's the organization of it all of it being put together. And it doesn't have sail shades here, and that should sort of, the sail shades connect these two elements, and they sort of they make physical and implied relationship, and it's one that's mirrored throughout the project. It's the same slope is shared with these stairs and with these cutouts in the operable element, or in the extrusion. And then here's the sail shades as they might be operated. They could be closed or opened, and that should also, I think, they exist in form, but then also they have a practical use. But even without it, they add something to the building. And then here's the final blade again.
Okay, thank you, Colin. The way you describe your project is very clear. I want to commend you on that, because your delivery verbally, I think, is really advanced, and I can follow everything you're saying in the drawings. And I do like when some of the drawings, like you say, the perspectives are super simple and clear, and just addressing some of the intentions with your work through simple line weight, I think, is very effective. The thing that you didn't go into at all, unless I missed it, is the non-orthogonal angles of some of the fenestration when it gets lighter and more apertures appear towards the top. I mean, that all still follows with what you're saying, but there was an introduction of language, a difference of language, and I just wonder if you could speak to that a little further.
Yeah, so this this window here, this fenestration, sort of follows you as you ascend these stairs. It's a foot long, and it's from.
So it's a direct profile off of the stair system that's there?
Yeah, it would be about head height. And then this one is just so that it's less of an exception, so that it exists somewhere else, and it sort of props it up. So it feels, and it continues, it's that same stair slope.
But just opposing. Okay. Well, then can you go back to your diagram, your operational, or the series of diagram, that one? Yeah. So I find this to be incredibly clear, the three series here, especially when I get to this part where you take out your tertiary moments and slide that solid out there. And so that's where I would expect there to also be that slide out of the staircase. Or I know it's not a formal geometry that you're creating, but maybe in the next sequence or an additional sequence to this, that we would understand where that is suddenly coming from. And it does seem like you have clarity as to where it's come from. It's based on the same kind of moves you were doing at the tertiary level, but I think that it's not explained, and I think that it's worth in your verbal presentation to include it, but also I would say in the diagramming, when suddenly things go a little off from the strict directionality that you've taken the first three steps. So I think that that's just important for your own sort of way of describing your work, and also your way of thinking, and to note that is it operating, and it was operating the same way. So I was glad to hear that. But to me, I would expect that what did you call it? The operable piece on top might have a stronger connection to the way that you created and investigated those other off-angled pieces.
Yeah, did you want to respond to that, Colin?
No, I'm happy to listen.
Okay. Yeah, along those same kinds of lines, maybe another way to think about it is again this sort of how do the in this point that you've got two elements that I can see, two types of elements. One is this sort of scarring that occurs on the exterior skin, and then the other one would be the potential of those elements, like as you said, those elements you wanted to make them more sculptures, so they become a bit more not a bit more, actually quite a bit more sort of frenetic in terms of they look more like they're additive pieces that are of a different scale, that are therefore assembled to be at a scale of the other larger volumes, right? That makes sense. That's what you're doing.
I think so.
So the thing for me is I look to see, like, is that sort of consistent? Like, to develop that language, and I think that right now that's the question is to develop the language of the other in this case, right? It's very, in your first top two, it's clear that's where you're starting, and then yes, and then there's the operational aspect in the third one. But then the question is, how do those then add up together as another kind of thing, as opposed to a series of moments? And I think I think that's more of your intention in terms of some of your drawings are, and I think that's the reason why you're actually showing the perspectival drawings, is as a way to tie those elements together sort of conceptually, but in fact, they're really not tied together yet. In terms of 2D, 3D from a language standpoint. And so that's what I would look at. In other words, when you look at your sections, go to your sections, please. Right. Well, let's go to the plans. The plans. See that none of the stuff. Yeah, let's just look at the plans. Yeah, see the plans. All right. Those look like those are almost except for the lower right where there's something that looks like a sort of perspectival kind of thing. Those plans look at odds with, go to your perspective drawing. It's one that's right before to one after. Yeah, right. Like that looks like it's a different project, right? So, so what I'm saying is that you can use that as a way to test, is within your own drawings to see, is there sort of a consistency throughout the project, right? In terms of how things are relating to one another at all the different levels. Does that make sense to you, or?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But I would think about it more like here you've got that one object, right? That sort of looks like it's almost holding up. Yeah. It's holding up the overhang. This is important. It's holding up the overhang. You could think about in essence that you actually sort of grow that as a thing, and that thing invades the entire project and things are seen counter to that. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. Maylee?
Thanks for pushing back, Rohan. Keep doing it.
Hi, my name is Maylee. This is my final project. Oh no. I'm sorry, y'all.
What's wrong?
It wasn't flipping.
Oh.
I'll just share again.
Okay.
Okay, here we go. So my design intentions were to prioritize spaces to look out at the garden and functionality, and also how visitors and employees move through the space. And then the image on the right is a bunch of section cuts through my structure that were overlaid, so you can see all the different layers and elevation of the project. These are my conceptual process diagrams. They go from the solid tubes to adding the site, adding the framing, adding the surfaces. And then this mass is the restroom, and this mass is the storage space for function. In my plan oblique, I want to point out the movement that the stairs create from the site to the upper tier and then all the way up through the building. And I also have the stairs from the first floor to the circulation as a threshold space, as like your eye level moves up and up and up, so your view changes. And then in my sections, I cut right through the restroom so you can kind of see what that looks like. And this one has a wider opening, so it's accessible for people possibly in wheelchairs. And in my plans, I did one at the first floor level, 3 feet above the ground, and then the second one shows the second floor, and they correspond pretty neatly, so that when you're on the second level, it feels familiar since you've already seen it on the first, so it allows you to move through the space a little easier. And then on the very bottom level of the site, I kept it as generally an open space for lots of activities like running or walking your dog. And then in this perspective, I wanted to show the office space in the very back. It's a detached space from mostly what the visitors are going to encounter, but so it's further back. And then also this counter on the right is going to be like the grab and go concessions. And then on the perspective on the left, I wanted to show how the apertures and the exposed framing create like a hybrid inside-outside space. So you don't really feel like you're inside or you're outside, it's kind of both. And then the perspective on the right shows the storage space right here, and it has some views outwards. It's not at eye level, it's just below, so you can see down. And then on this final plan oblique, I just want to point out how this horizontal tube kind of stretches over the site. So you can go under it, look up, and also create some shade. And that's all I have.
Okay, Meili, do you want to go back a couple slides, or maybe it's just one slide? Yeah, right here. So I want to make sure I heard you right. The slide that, or I'm sorry, the image that's on the right, what is that again?
That's the storage space. The perspective is taken like you're in the office and you're looking in the storage.
Okay, and what's stored in there?
I don't know, just like boxes, I guess. That's kind of what I was thinking. So like they fit in there.
It's quite an amazing space to just put boxes in, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, doesn't that look like a space you'd like to sit in rather than put it? You're just like, hey, where I put the boxes is better than where I'm sitting, you know? I mean, in a certain sense, I mean, it's almost a kind of inversion that you know, more sort of regularized space would be like the storage. I guess I'm fine. I guess, you know, there's, yeah, the overall sort of, I think your overall massing that you have relative to the site is really quite nice. I think that overall, again, the sort of kind of erosions that you're doing and opening up, again, I think the general shape is really, you know, really nicely done. For me, though, it's really a question, again, about being in control and aware of what it is that you actually want to do and how you're sort of pursuing that. So I found it interesting. I mean, the very beginnings you're talking about mostly along functional lines, and that's why I was a little bit struck by the sort of storage aspect. But the other thing that you talked about that seems to be, you know, of a sort of importance to you, and I do mean this in sort of seriousness, I'm not making light of it, are the restrooms. And so what I'm saying is that one thing is to think about, well, okay, there's something about, I mean, restrooms have, you know, there's a real density to them. I mean, they tend to be, that's where it tends to be a lot of hard materials. Of course, there's the notion of it being hygienic, and you know, in other words, it has a density for a program that sort of outweighs other programmatic needs that are quite often much more sort of larger in a spatial sense. So it's sort of like this sort of dense rock within all of this as a kind of thing. And so I think it'd be a little bit more, I guess I'm trying to figure out the relationship of these sort of, you know, dense spaces within your larger space, and the notion of function about how it adds up to something else. Because right now, you know, your discussion is, I mean, you're aiming along functional lines, but you really want to think about, and okay, and so how does it sort of, you know, how does it how does that come to a bigger meaning? How do you utilizing the notion of function? And if you don't know this, there's a series of architecture, different architectures throughout the time. It's not just in modernist times. In modernist times, it's the most overt in terms of, you can look up functionalism, and there's actually a time in architecture, in modern architecture, that was based on function. Although there's architecture throughout time where the major significance of the building itself was how it functioned. So I would just say that seems something that you have a natural affinity for. I would continue to go, okay, well, there's an interest there, and then start seeing what you can find out about the relationship between function and architecture, and where there's opportunity to bring additional meaning.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't agree more with Vince's comments. It was my take on it as well, that you're really focusing or celebrating the sort of the lowest common denominator, which is completely fine, but it takes you being in control and knowing that that's what you're doing, that we're talking about closets and toilets, and in this case of the perspective, looking at the underside of the staircase, so there's nothing wrong with that. I think you just have to own it and really push that forward and make that your project's intention, because I think that could be completely interesting, that you're celebrating those spaces that nobody wants to talk about usually, or even look at. So that's where I would maybe even, over the summer, celebrate them even more, like make them the best spaces, as you've done for the storage room for the boxes. I guess if you could go back maybe a slide or two, I don't know which direction it is, honestly. No, sorry. There was this section, the section thing, not that one, the next one, this one, yes. So I found this to be one of your moments where of greater interest in terms of your overall positioning of things, and also just where you're finding sort of opportunities for, again, the underside of this space. Like, I read this as being a really interesting space because it's underneath the other moves that you're doing. And then I find this sort of secondary element that you've attached on that's got sort of thickness to it to also be of interest. And so I would find ways to maybe highlight that in your perspective views a little bit better, because it seems that you've got this and you've got this, but I would want to know what these sort of additive pieces that jut out are about with some clarity. And I think that the interlocking that you show in plan here, to me, should also be something that you bring out a little bit further. To me, your plan organization is very strong, and I would like to see what that bit is about when it comes to making it beyond the plan.
Thank you.
Yeah. There's a book called Elements that you should look at. It's actually like a volume, I don't know, 9-book chapter volume of things that are mundane that are being celebrated. It's it's dense, but it's interesting.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Maylee. Santiago, you ready?
Can you see the screen well?
Yes.
Yep. Okay. Good morning. My name is Santiago Mendoza, and in this project, a distinct emphasis was placed on the ease of access in both use and social interaction. The building itself was structured to facilitate movement to the building as well as to the outside site, and this was accomplished through the placement of stairs that create distinction between the work, community, and private spheres. In juxtaposition with this, more open carvings of the site were made to instill a sense of community while leaving those areas open for personal interpretation. So here you can You see how the stairs were used to create separations between like more open communal areas on the east versus the more specialized areas on the west side of the building. And I also wanted to establish more isolated space atop the horizontal component of the building, where one or two people could like sit and view the sculpture garden free of any like distractions, really. And here, I also wanted to create like a more specialized viewing area located on the upper story. And this was divided into two sections, where the lower part is accessible through the stairs on the site that also lead into this right here. So it's easy to enter wherever you are in the building. And the upper section is more restricted and features a partially open cut seen right here for more open and natural experience. And the restrooms were really designed to be convenient to enter while keeping them more secluded for the sake of privacy. And this is shown here on the ground level, where this accessible restroom is open on the north, but it just like blends into the larger building on all other sides. And on the second story, right above it, is the second restroom, which is accessible through stairs in the workspace itself. And this view on the left really showcases the interaction of the spheres, where the workspace connects directly to an outside informal break area that's placed adjacent to stairs that lead up to the viewing space and the more secluded area on top of here. And I also wanted to develop a more secluded, like communal break and dining area on the west, with the cafe being the focal point. And the 6-foot wall here was constructed to provide shielding from the sunlight and to further emphasize the distinction from the grander site. And 2 depressions in the ground here were made for an open seating area while leaving the space open for the inhabitants to really personalize. And then here you can see how the program really started to develop as more factors were brought in and the program started to really define the space itself. And I chose to include an operable door in the workspace to create a more open and well-lit environment while still being able to control the amount of sunlight that comes in, since it can be very harsh to the east and northeast. And lastly is the plan oblique shown once again, with the intended uses such as the viewing area, the more secluded private space, the stairs leading up into the workspace, and to the larger side where you can just view the sculptures. Thank you for your time.
So, Santiago, could you just say something about this aspect of your project? It seems to have appeared in your diagramming series sort of later on, and then it's not in your plan, and it's not in the perspective. It sort of is non-existent except in the axonometric. And I just wonder, and it's very intentionally done. It doesn't just, lead up to, say, this platform. It goes into this small open area, what I think is a seating area. Could you just describe or say something about it, since it does seem to be in the project?
Yeah, so I wanted to create stairs that lead up into the space, but without needing to like go all the way through like the workspace to create to keep within like the natural kind of space on the outside. And then this was another like carving made into the site that's like able to be used as a seating area, or like where the people can really like bring in their own things to like personalize the space. Like you could add like chairs or like a table, or maybe like a grilling pit. But I just wanted to be more like very like open and natural, where like there's no very defined specific use for it.
It seems very specifically designed for someone to sit there, if I understand it correctly through this one image. And I'm not sure that having the users bring chairs and things like a grilling pit, it's really conducive for that with the amount of space that you've given. And I'm picking on this part of your project, and not that you haven't done really interesting things over here. It's just that it has a very big presence in the site that's quite contained, but yet it doesn't really play out in the sequence of events that I think are interesting and, how you experience the site. So I would just encourage you to think about integrating it as the part of the ceremonial process through experiencing your building and your architecture. If you say that really they can't go through there first, that's really the end experience that someone might have. This seems like the grand ceremonial aspect of starting the adventure through your stairs that take you to multiple levels. So I would engage it a little bit more and not leave it open-ended for someone out there to define, but for you to really define it better so that someone comes here, they have a moment of respite, and then there's a clarity as to them going up here, and then they descend down. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, because I do think you have it. It's just you're kind of not recognizing it for its potential in your project. And I think it's there and that's how you should see it. And it might have you then change a little bit of how you might get out of that seating event and on to the next thing.
Yeah. Let's talk about, I think there is, the strength of the project is, I think your basic intention as you started to speak about it, which was about social interaction and ease of access, right? So in this drawing, there's what I want to say. There's a gesture, a clear gesture in terms of the overall feeling of the project that's here. And I like the variety of scale, between the circulation elements, and the different areas of cover, I guess. So one is, it's uncovered, but it's excavated, notwithstanding the issues that Dangel talked about. The second one being the operable one that also provides, cover, making a completely different sort of scale change that's there. It's different from that one. And then the third one being the more concentrated variable space that's, almost like a Romeo and Juliet kind of tower object. It's very, all of that is very sort of, the project in this corner is sort of medieval in that sense, which is, along a traditional city takes those elements and you understand the sort of scalar occupation of those spaces. So I think all of that's, that the strength of the idea is there. What is, I think, really problematic, Santiago, and you really owe it to yourself to pay attention to this, is I think, as Dangel talked about, sort of open-ended to define. It needs definition, it needs clarity. I'd actually written down lack of precision and lack of completeness. I mean, if we just look at this drawing here, for example, and you look at the person that's sort of sitting in that sort of step, and you follow that vertical edge that they're laying against, and you follow it over to the edge, and all of a sudden it becomes a horizontal score line. It's like one of those Escher drawings where what you drew you can't actually build. And I see that throughout a number of the drawings that you have. They're incomplete in that it's clear to me that it's not clear to you in terms of three-dimensionally what your building is doing and how the pieces are all fitting together. And I think and that's perfectly fine in terms of first year, right? But the only way you get at that is by actually sort of getting after it and producing, taking a stab at it, and then recognizing it, like that part I just showed, or on the drawing above where you have the stair that's coming down and it doesn't really end. Let's flip back. Let's go back. Let's go through some of the drawings. Yeah, keep going. Like here. Well, yeah, here. This is a good one to stop. Yeah, both of them. Let's stop here first. These look like they're really, really incomplete. I mean, they don't look like the same project that I just looked at. I'd have a hard time actually sort of, and I think you would agree with it, right? Like like that to go like, okay, can I mean, it looks like there's a number of lines that are missing here. It looks like a lot of things are, you know, like you said before, I think on the lower left one, you talked about that space, and that you talked that there's a stair that goes down through that. But we only know that because you sort of pointed out. So I'm just saying there's a lot here that's really incomplete. And the only way you get at, I guess I just want to emphasize that it's not that you're able to assemble this thing complete in your mind and that you're just doing documentation, that you actually need to have the drawings to then take the project somewhere else. So the last thing I would say would be the kinds of things that pop up, like when I do put the scale figures in there, in that last image that you had, as well as in here. So like, how do they actually occupy those spaces? And so I could see where, like I said, the thing I like is that you do have that you have the vertical elements that are quite different from one another. The other thing is that you're actually they're showing means of occupation, which says, oh, well, maybe those stairs should be something where the stairs themselves are not just vertical elements that you get from one space to another, but you actually occupy those in the way that you're thinking about that almost sort of linear space, you know, at the top, that you're able to occupy those spaces and own those spaces so that they become social. Because for me, the stairs are, you know, the problem with the stairs that you have represented is that you're moving, you're dynamic. It's, in other words, you're not really providing spaces for people to stop and have that social interaction that you're looking for. I think that's the real potential, is how those might become social spaces in and of themselves. And for me, that's what your drawings are. They're leaning that way. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Santiago.
Thank you.
Benny, are you ready to share?
Can you guys see it?
Yes.
All right, so hello, my name is Benny, and before I dive into the detail of my presentation, I just want to kind of go over the overall theme and the overall idea that I wanted to base off of in terms of developing my design. So in this project, I basically focused on two very different, but very, very different and contrasting concept, which is openness and closeness. And we were able to utilize the stereotomic element as well as the tectonic element throughout our project. And I kind of developed a certain relationship with those two in order to create certain spaces that portray those openness and closeness. And I also wanted to kind of indicate and progress like a flow throughout the entirety of the building, going from the openness to closeness to the openness within the building. So this plan oblique, as you can see, I wanted to kind of emphasize the idea of openness to the building at the very top part. At the very top part of the building, as you can see, it is very open with all the different apertures surrounding the walls as well as the ceiling. And there's this viewing dock at the top of this building as well that kind of show and indicate the feel of being exposed to the overall environment. And this plan oblique section kind of explains well of what I'm trying to come up with. As you can see, the stereotomic idea, it's the stereotomic site. I wanted to kind of utilize in a way where I could form a relationship with this tectonic building to connect and form a space down here at the first floor, which is more so of an isolated space. And as people go up the stairs and go to the second floor, it's more of an open space, not necessarily too open or too exposed. It is still enclosed with the surrounding walls, but with the tectonic element, but it has certain elements that also show the openness to the overall building. And as it goes up to another building, it also shows more so of an openness to the overall building. And I think the plans really portray that idea really well. So the first plan, I actually came up with 3 plans for that because there were three basically representing the main floors. So the first plan shows the first floor where it's more so very closed space. The second floor is semi-closed, but still open in certain areas. And the third plan shows like the very top part of the building where everything's just exposed and everything is just expanding out. And that can also be seen in these sections drawings as well. And this perspectives on the left side of the perspectives kind of give you a good idea of what I wanted to show in terms of in terms of forming a relationship between the stereotomic site and the tectonic building. As you can see, like the stereotomic, I manipulated the stereotomic site in ways to provide this tunnel that goes into the tectonic building. And it also allows people to walk up the stairs and get into the tectonic space. The right side of my perspectives also indicate the idea of being a little bit open, but at the same time being closed by showing the operable element. I will further get into like what the operable element is, but it is a circulatory operable element that allows openness as well as closedness within this space. And this organizational diagram is kind of a progress that I had during the development of my design, starting with the tectonic tubes, adding the stereotomic site, and then adding this extraction, adding the framing, and developing and manipulating the site in ways where I could formulate that relationship between the stereotomic and the tectonic that eventually leads to all the flow of going from closedness to the very open area at the top. And the first operable element I slightly mentioned a little bit earlier, but it's a rotating window or aperture that allows light to be directed into the building. But also when it's closed, it can provide the privacy within the building. The second operable element have the similar idea and concept in which it provides public area as well as private area, as when it's fully open, there's like shades underneath where people could just socialize, and it is used in a way for people to just socialize and be in the public space. And also when it is fully closed, it's more of a private space within. And the plan oblique, like I said earlier, I wanted to emphasize how open and how exposed the upper part of the building is.
Okay. You good, Benny?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So let's start. First of all, I really appreciate the fact that you at least had a clear, you had a clear idea about the kinds of, I guess, conditions which you saw as being contrary to one another, open versus closed, and that that you're going to play a game between those. You saw that as being you were interested in how that might relate to stereotomic versus tectonic as a way to start. So, in the natural understanding that the ground, of course, there's an innate understanding that the ground is something that is solid, tends to be excavated as we remove material. And then as I add material, I gain a verticality, and then things open. There's a lot of things in nature that obviously mimic that particular condition, which has to do with essential development, right? I mean, things begin within the ground as seed, and then reach up towards the sun for nourishment, as it were. Okay, so there's a sort of natural condition to that. The thing, though, that you need to ask yourself, I would say, is a couple things, which is that, okay, and why are you doing that? How does that directly relate to the program? Like, what parts of the program are open? What parts of the program are closed? What would be the natural understanding? Or, as you well know, you can certainly invert things, and so therefore it surprises your or it changes your understanding. and therefore makes it, or at least has the potential to make it more meaningful, right? So one of the things is that I think that you really need to start to do in your designs is to start really questioning more and more why exactly you're doing something, not the how, and because then the why will lead you more to the how. So let me give you one little example. So let's flip back through your designs. If you can go backwards for me. Well, let's just, do I want to start there? No, let you keep going. Sorry. Or go back. One more. There. Okay. So the thing that's interesting for me here is that, like, when one does this, would be that you would start to compare the elements that you have, what's similar or what's different. And so in this case, you've got your vertical circulation. And the thing that's interesting here for me is that you're creating a vertical circulation by removing material, right? The one on the right, on the other hand, is sort of an additive material. So then the big question for me also is that it seems as though, and this, I'm not saying this is what you should have done. I'm saying that this would be another way to sort of think about it and to go about it. It seems as though by the color differentiation that you're showing here, you're saying, and I might be wrong on this, but the dark walls that you have, is that's indicating the stuff that is in essence of the ground and therefore tectonic. Is that correct?
It's more of the stereotomic
1 minute
base.
Yes.
The base of
the stereotomic base, right? So the thing is that you would then take that stereotomic material and continue it up. You know, I mean, that there's more of this seems to be like a clear cut condition, as opposed to taking that material, removing it, making it additive, and taking those conditions and sort of stretching them out. Anyway, I don't want to take up all the time, which I did. So you better jump into now. I'm sorry.
I would echo what Vince has said. I really wondered why we would benefit by something being open so much at the top. But, you know, if we can say, yes, this is our design intention and we're going to go with it, I would expect that we would see the kinds of gradients of openness to closed, you know, situations that you have at all the different levels that you've created, making that a little bit more clear. I want to say that your operable elements were very clearly defined in terms of their different stages of being closed to open. So something in a sense similar to that, but at the scale up from what the elements were showing us. And I would say the perspective is something not that just conveys what the final outcome is. It's a way of you evaluating whether a space is actually open or closed, or what it's doing, what you think it is three-dimensionally. And so I would encourage you to use perspectival projection as a way of understanding what your idea was. And to me, these two perspectives don't show either closed or open with clarity. And so I think if you could reinvestigate where you've shown the most open to be and give us a perspective of that, and then the most closed condition, so that we get a sense within your levels of the project where our things have operated, and then somewhere in the middle is this version where some of the operable elements come into play. So
Benny, I really appreciate the energy that you put into the project. And so it really is, again, just coming back and questioning, okay, why, yeah, I'm doing this, and then just why am I doing it, to help organize your thoughts. Okay.
All right, thank you. Appreciate all the
comments. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Benny. Polly, we got a couple more. We're probably running about 15 minutes over, 10, 15 minutes. Dangel, Vince, can you manage that?
I'm good. I can go. Looks like Dangel gave a sigh. She's probably tight on schedule.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Thank you.
Okay, can you see my screen and hear me good?
Yes.
Okay, let me put it in full screen. Okay, so my name's Holly. This is my final presentation. So with my project, I really wanted to focus, like as we progressed from an abstract stage to something that had program and like an actual intent, I wanted to focus on the experience you have on the exterior of a building. I've been doing a lot of studying at the SAC this semester, and I really like just looking at the exterior of it and being outside of it. So I kind of drew from that on my project. So here's one of the plano obliques. This one I took at this angle because I like that it shows next to my stereotomic stairs right here. It shows the open framing that I left right here to allow some light to seep through in kind of a cool way and reflect off the walls as the day goes by. These sections I took so that I could showcase the difference between the stereotomic and the tectonic elements. So this stereotomic space right here would be the viewing deck. So there's like a little bench, but it's still not like a super large space. So I kind of anticipated that only a few people would be in there at once. And then this stereotomic space is the office space, which is a little bit thicker than the viewing space, but I kind of liked the way that that ended up looking. These are my plans and sections. And this one over here, you can see one of my operable elements from the side, which you don't really know is an operable element yet, but I'll get to that. But you can see how someone can go inside, even though I want people to mainly stay on the outside. Then right here, you can see someone entering into the office space. Then on this side, you can see a guy like going up the stereotomic stairs further back on the site. Then someone entering into the bathroom through these operable doors, which I'll get to later also. And then someone sitting in the viewing deck. These are my perspectives. So in this one, it's a man walking into the viewing deck, and it kind of shows the change in the flooring right here because they're not all at the same level, and I kind of wanted to show that. In this one, it's as if you're standing a little bit behind one of the site manipulations that I made. So you can see someone going up these tectonic stairs, and then someone who's already gone up these little stereotomic stairs and is going into the office space. And then over here, someone's standing at what I anticipated as the cafe area, kind of like a little outdoor concessions bar area where you can just walk up and grab a snack or grab a water. These are my organizational diagrams that showed like my thought process as I was going, as we added the site and I decided where to take out my masses, and then added stairs and framing and windows and or apertures and thresholds. And then these are the two series of my operable elements. This one at the top is like a folding wall, but it's only half the wall. I wanted it to fold down to where it would meet you at like your waist level-ish, to where you could just walk up and stand, and there's enough space in the inside of the tube to where someone could be inside like restocking the little counter with snacks and stuff. And then this bottom row is a sliding door that opens up into the kind of like neutral area that's like a balance between private and public, which is the restrooms. And then this is my final plan oblique from the other side, different from the first one that I showed.
Thank you, Holly. So when you first started out your presentation and said that you were going to investigate what the building is like from the outside, the experience that you've been having this semester at the SAC, where did that come through in your project?
I mainly focused on that with how the vertical circulation only takes place on the exterior. So all my stairs are like, this one comes up from the site and takes you to another area in the site. And then this stair, you can't like see the wraparound, but it like goes up to around this stereotomic mass that's the viewing deck. And then it comes along the other side of the vertical tube. So I just liked the way that you were really forced to only move up throughout the building from the exterior of it.
if that makes
So
sense.
maybe that's the first thing you should have said after stating that you were interested in this external or facade aspect of your project. Then you would say, I want my users to experience all the different faces of what I've created by using the stairs from the outside, and also seeing out to beyond, or not looking at the architecture, experiencing it spatially, but looking out, looking at the conditions that are external, as you said. Because immediately after that statement, you take us inside. You start talking about everything that's inside, everything that is the details that you've achieved that are also of equal benefit. But you can't open with a statement like that and then not address it and follow through. And then eventually we're inside, and you might say that even though I'm inside, I'm still experiencing something from the outside that is meaningful to me. So I just think you had me hooked. I was there with you. I was ready to look at external elevations and all of that, but I didn't get that from you. So I would just consider that's a really important aspect of design that sometimes gets overlooked. It's a really important thing, especially when you've got a court space or an outdoor sculpture garden that, well, you would be looking at this building. I mean, it's like a sculpture in and of itself, or could be, so I think that you really have a strong position to be working with. I just would follow through with it. I would have expected exterior elevations, like just straightforward orthographic elevations, to look at proportion, to look at organization of window openings and door openings. And so I would encourage you to do those drawings, especially because you do have some interesting moments, but I can't really see them that clearly. And I don't know that you've really thought about them in the composition of its totality. But I do like your operable element series. Yours is also one that I think has gotten some headway and is sort of clearly defined with the way it operates, its dynamics of existence. But again, I would want it to be something that is about the external condition and how it's triggering, delight or presence of the sun moving across the facade because of its operability. Okay.
Yeah. Well, Ollie, as you heard me probably say a million times, we think that our design process should be linear. It almost never is. So I'm never really quite sure as to, when people, they state their larger idea, like at what point it occurs. It does, just because I guess you're talking about the FAC, it made me think that you actually had been thinking about this for quite a while. And to be clear to everybody, I certainly don't believe that it has to be something early on, and I believe that actually the reviews are so important for that for you to maybe possibly reconsider what it is that you're actually doing. That you had the intention on one direction at one point, that's changed throughout the project, and even now looking back, it's changed to something else. And that's, the main thing is that we're just trying to think about how we can be aware of what it is that we're doing, and we can have a discussion about where there might be ways to pursue it. So, for example, what I find that's really, very strange that sort of came out of something is when you look at one of your primary stereotomic spaces, is that cube that's hanging off the edge, right? Because normally one thinks of stereotomic as something that is not only excavated in nature, but therefore, because it's excavated in nature, it tends to have an understanding, a very clear understanding of its relationship to structure. It tends to be something that's embedded within its surroundings. It can be embedded within a framework, but quite often it is something that's a result of a larger sort of stereotomic volume. And of course, you can play back and forth between those. So what I'm saying is that thing is sitting there precariously. And so then that thing is really, for me, what it does do is that is, in essence, an object to behold, as it were, from the outside. And one's trying to figure out how it floats. The other thing is, I think, is to go back to your earlier designs, and this is true with almost everybody. The sort of, there's a strategy that the instructors did, which was, it looked to me like it was pretty clear in terms of what you were asked to present, which is the sort of, the elements that are tectonic, that are exposed, and then after they're clad, because of course something starts off as tectonic and can become, thanks Ron, can become stereotomic. So for me, the thing is that therefore that's for me the strongest element are the carved stairs, and then you're presenting that sort of stereotomic element that's floating. And so the whole project could be about the relationship, more of that as a relationship as opposed to an exception, if that makes sense. Out of your project comes this weird sort of exception, and then it takes the project maybe in a different way in which you conceived, but it becomes a very sort of strong element. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Holly. Ronnie, will you bring it home for us in this session?
Yeah. Let me share my screen. Can everyone see my screen? Well, first of all, thank you for staying till the very end. And my name is Vani Vadula. This is my design to final presentation. I'm sorry, let me go to full screen first. And the question that I was trying to answer and understand in my project is how to create a building that functions like a sculpture on the outside, but has the utility of a visitor center on the inside. And the way I approached this was by creating a distinction between the exterior and the interior. The exterior is more stereotomic. It is more informed by the heaviness and the thickness of the site of the plot we were given. And the interior, in contrast, has a more tectonic, constructed feeling to it. And that is an idea that is emphasized in my plan section oblique. For example, my building is locked into the ground over here. Let us zoom in. This is the site plan, and it is drawn down to the ground. So it's supposed to create this relationship between the site and the overall building. And the site excavations are mirrored here. So the stairs going up mirror the excavation of the stairs going down. And, oh, sorry. So going on to my plans, my orthographic drawings. Over here, you can see this is a very simple cut of my building. So whenever they're first walking through on the ground, it is almost like it's a lot of site and less building. And so the visitor would walk through here and the building is converging in. So they're being led into the stairs, into the site. So it's this emphasis on the stairs leading up. And that is further seen in my section here, where there is a light tube that cuts through, which is illuminating the path into the stairs at certain times of the day. And another idea is that once they're over here and they're going up, this is the vertical circulation. So they will go through here and all the way on the site and all the way up to the top. So the idea is that they would never actually go inside. That is more of a function for the employees, where over here, this is cut through my horizontal tube. It has a different language completely than the rest of the building. There's a small passageway that leads the employees into the site. And this is the office, this is the storage, and a visitor who was over here would be led onto the wider stairs because that is the language that they're used to. And on to the next slide. This is my perspective drawing, and it is a view in my horizontal tube, and it is meant to, it's more than to represent material. It is about feeling that someone would have within this tube. It is about the tectonic elements, so the uncovered framing and the apertures, this aperture is an exception to the other apertures you've seen before, and that's supposed to signal a difference in the space. And this is in complete contrast to the exterior, which is supposed to be more carved out and more heavy and solid. And while the visitor would go up, all the way up, it would lead to this operable element at the top where this viewing platform opens up, and it creates a public place for people to go out and look around at the sculpture garden. But whenever it's closed, it's more of a private sitting area that is still on the exterior. This is my organizational diagrams, and especially focusing on the relationship between the tubes and the site, as well as the site excavations here. This is a different look at it and how the language is mirrored. And this is my plan oblique again.
Danelle, is it you or me?
I don't remember which I'll just go.
Okay.
I think you have a lot of interesting moments in your project, Vani. I think that there's also clarity as to the organization of the procession through it based on either the user or those that might work there on a daily basis. I think that that's nice that you're taking into consideration that there's a different demographic, and the way they experience that might lead to different placement of architecture and moments within it. So I think that there's, to me, some really advanced understanding of just organizational and programmatic aspects. I would encourage you, though, to maybe think about, like, especially with that tight service corridor, I think you call it, whether, like, what would a person be like walking through it? Do they have to turn sideways to kind of get through that space or not? So just having a look at the ergonomics of those figures, not the figures themselves that you put in there, but just like experience, with a tape measure yourself, walking through that dimension that you've proposed and whether that's of value. I do like the way that everything seems to follow within a pretty tight and dense or compact, I should say, organization, but just be aware that sometimes you do have to flex a little bit for making the spatial determinacy realistic, I guess. And I really also enjoyed the perspectival moments that you created. I found those to be incredibly engaging and sort of give a sense of not necessarily materiality, but in a level of abstraction of like light conditions and the difference between stereotomic and tectonic that I think that you're interested in and having the user's experience like in almost every space. So I really commend you on that diagram series and the perspective that followed it.
Yeah, I think you're the level of representation, the skill that you have in your representation is that you've achieved is really noteworthy. Not only in terms of these drawings, the perspectives and the colors. I gotta say, overall, the class, we really didn't talk much. I know you guys started with that sort of abstracted drawings, but all of them that I saw were really, really extraordinary. And of course, the thing is, okay, how do I make architecture out of those things? That becomes difficult, and what meaning and what conditions am I extracting from that? So anyway, I really want to commend you on your drawings as well as the design itself. I wrote that down as well, which I had the space, which was a compressing thing, because again, it's one of those things which is really about it's really on one hand about a sort of exception that's occurring, and then one asks, well, okay, do you want that exception? I know you did, because you were going from one space to another. But the thing is there something else to that? The sort of notion of compression to sort of squeeze people through to one space, like, does it become more than a one-off? In other words, it doesn't all have to be where you're squeezing somebody through, I don't know how wide that space is, through a 2-foot or 18-inch space. that you do several of those, but the question is, are they in plan and in section? Do you see that? Do you see those conditions repeating themselves to add up to a larger language to differentiate the spaces? That's what I would be looking at. So like here, if I just look at this particular one, what I see is I have to be very, very aware of where my feet are, right? I could stumble over this stair, I could fall through that hole there, even if it has glass over it, and then I slip through the other one, right? There's no, in other words, the circulation itself is not this clean, easy sort of feel from one space to the other. And I'm not saying that it should be clean and easy, but what I wanted to say is that should be acknowledged. And since that's what you're doing as a design, and so therefore, is it something that's consistent throughout the rest of the design? And why is it there? Why is it consistent? Why is it important? One last thing that I would say is that to me, it looked like most all of your circulation, which I like quite a bit, was over on the sort of site, the upper site. Yeah, most of it's all over there. So my next question is there some way in which I could have extended that, that it would be seen as basically a larger element that extended, into the rest of the project, rather than having a separate stair or stairs, further away? Could it be seen essentially more as an element that somehow ties together all the variety, if that makes sense to you?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay, super. But I really appreciate the documentation on your project very much. And none of you, please forget the skills that you're picking up, because it really is the documentation is not just recording your ideas, but it's where you make the decisions to sort of further your ideas and take it places where you're not able to envision it. Very, very important. And it's something, it's a skill that you're going to need. So hang on to it, please. Thank you very much.
I have a question. Is that
yes.
Okay? Well, my question is, so this whole project, this whole process, I was trying to create a space that mirrors the site, but is still distinct. And I know that I've looked into many architects that tried to do, or I have done that, not tried, but that done that. And I was just wondering if I could have feedback on that aspect, as well as how to approach that in the future.
Well, the question, well, yeah, as I said before, what I saw in terms of mirroring the site is that largely your tectonic aspects, I'm sorry, not your stereotomic in the plan reads as though it's engaging within the site. The building itself, though, when it comes out, doesn't read that way to me. Again, your building largely reads as stereotomic. I don't think the sort of tectonic aspects that as you see it are as clear, right? I mean, in other words, I don't want you to get confused with, so you're drawing the plan and you're seeing all the studs. So yeah, that's additive, but the spaces that you're creating and the volumes that you're creating are actually much more stereotomic in reading, right? They're solid and they appear as though space been excavated, as opposed to it being created through an additive process, if that makes sense. So I think in your mind, it's clear what you're doing, but in fact, the resultant of it, of the shapes are not such. In other words, the figure that's sticking out into the open area is largely stereotomic, not tectonic. Does that help?
Yeah.
I would just, I guess, interrupt and add that you're actually doing something that's opposing the site, not necessarily mirroring the site.
That's
and
right.
It doesn't necessarily, it's not a negative thing. It doesn't have
That's
to
right.
be.
That's
but
right.
It means you're acknowledging the site. You're not mimicking it. If
Yeah.
you were mimicking it, or what I think you might mean in terms of mirroring it, you would have a bar there and you would have a bar up here. And it would continue to operate like the site that is stepping down on itself. Does that make sense?
Yes, that does.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sure. Nice project.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you,
thank you,
Bonnie. And
Bonnie.
thank you,
Thank you,
Danelle and Vince, for staying on.
Sure.
I'll let you
Good,
go.
great work.
Yeah, congratulations,
Yeah,
guys.
no, great projects, great presentations. And this concludes the review for this session.
Yeah.
I think the other breakout rooms are maybe just about to wrap up, but feel free to check in there or kind of go. I know some of you have classes and to go to and other things to do, but we'll check in with you tomorrow.
Okay.
It was fun.
Anyway, you're a very strong class, and I'm glad that you're able to interact with one another, and it's really great to see the work and to see it continue. So you all are well positioned to move into the next level. I'm very happy to see what I saw today. So congratulations.
I look forward to having you in third year, possibly, when I usually teach you guys. Yeah.
Thank you all.
Congratulations.